I call this meeting of the Davenport Community Schools Board of Directors to order. Director Dickman, would you read our vision statement for us, please?
Education that challenges conventional thinking, prepares all students to compete in a global society, and inspires our students, parents, staff, and community to answer the question, what if?
Thank you. We'll open with a showcase of Buffalo Elementary.
Thank you. I call upon Principal Sherry Sanders and her students. Please come forward. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you for inviting us. And before we begin, I'd also like to acknowledge the parents, PTA, and staff that are with us tonight to show their support for the wonderful things happening at Buffalo School. So if you're from Buffalo School out in the crowd, would you please give a hi? Students cannot learn if they are not in school. So what are we doing to make Buffalo School a place our kids want to come? If you visit, you'll see many things that support our school-wide goals to increase student achievement in reading and math. You'll also see other important activities that prepare students for a successful life. Here's just a few things that are happening at Buffalo School.
At the beginning of the year, we wrote classroom mission statements so everyone in the class would know why we're here, what we have to do well together, and how we're going to make it happen. Having a class mission statement helps us remember why we come to school and what will happen if we do our best.
We do a lot with data at Buffalo School. When you come to Buffalo School, one of the first things you'll see when you walk in the front door is a bunch of graphs and charts. This is our data wall. The charts show how much kids are growing from one quarter to the next. The data wall tracks our progress so everyone can see the targets we're aiming for and how we're achieving. Data notebooks play an important part in our learning. We use data notebooks to set academic goals and behavior goals. We use graphs to measure how we're doing from one week to the next. Data folders help us take responsibility for our learning and our grades and our behavior. The teachers use the data to help us decide what to do next.
Learning targets. The curriculum and the data give our teachers and destination for our learning every day. All of our teachers use I can statements to let us know what we're going to be learning. It helps us make sense of what the teacher asks us to do. If we don't know what we're learning or why, we can waste a lot of time and energy trying to figure out what the teacher expects. Some kids might even stop trying if they can't figure it out.
A few teachers are experimenting with whole brain teaching. Our whole brain teaching gets involved when we copy our teachers' gestures, say important ideas out loud, and teach each other new concepts. Whole brain teaching makes learning fun.
Buffalo School really loves technology. There are computers and smart boards in every classroom. To the school district and our business partners, we use every day to learn 21st century skills, to get information, to do research, and communicate what we've learned in our class.
Great minds, study trips, visits, artists, and other experts. The Davenport School Foundation makes it possible for us to go on study trips and bring experts to the school. We got to see ballet and hear the symphony. We visit the Figge, RME, and the Botanical Center. Firefighters, police officers, and musicians, and other performers come to our school to teach us important things. We're learning about the 7 habits of happy kids. Habit number 1, be proactive. I'm in charge of me. Habit number 2, begin with the end in mind. Have a plan. Habit number 3, put first things first. Work first, then play. Habit number 4, think win-win. You win, I win, we all win. Habit number 5, seek first to understand, then to be understood. Listen first, then talk. Habit number 6, synergize. Together is better. Habit number 7, sharpen the saw. Balance is best.
If the weather's nice, we walk around the track before school starts. Then we meet in the gym for an all-school meeting. Mrs. Sanders always starts the morning by saying, "Good morning, scholars." The first time she said it, we didn't even know what scholar was. We seen on the day Sandy is in the building. The whole school celebrates perfect attendance, birthdays, classroom success, and community awards. We end each assembly by reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. It's a great way to start our day.
Team Buffalo. For the past 3 years, the Buffalo Community Center has provided funding for purchase shirts for everyone at Buffalo School. Everybody wears their shirts on Wednesday. Last year's theme was I've got your back. This year, our theme is Team Buffalo, where everyone belongs.
This year, every 4th and 5th grader has the opportunity to serve a student leadership team. No leader left behind. SLT runs projects to help the school, the community, and the world. Every month, we do Mix It Up Day in the cafe so kids get to know each other. Tonight, we're planning with the school board presentation. We are pretty busy.
Fourth and fifth graders also have the opportunity to be on student patrol. Patrol keeps kids safe before and after school, and they help in the cafe during breakfast. One of our great community partners bought us new rain gear, and it's really cool.
Camp Read A Lot. The library has been transformed into Camp Read A Lot to create energy and stimulate interest in reading. This year, we can choose to do Battle of the Books. We learn to take notes and work as a team. Our teams can compete against other schools.
We're always doing stuff in music. Oh. And art and PE. We did a fun run called the Scarecrow Scramble. All the grade levels took turns racing around the track. We can do chorus, band, and orchestra too.
family involvement. We love it when our parents come to school. We just had our annual Halloween costume parade. The PTA buys extra costumes. PTA also buys for our skating party so everyone can come. Lots of parents show up for fun night and Dr. Seuss night and muffins with moms and donuts with dads, even though they don't really serve donuts anymore. Cinnamon rolls with dad just doesn't sound right. We just had our dad-daughter dance that was really fun. Parents have lots of chances to come to school and do fun stuff with their kids. Buffalo School rocks!
And that's how a small school does big things. Thank you. I have to tell you that the kids, we had practice, and of course things come up, and kids that were expected to come weren't able to make it tonight, and I think that they did a fabulous job of being flexible and stepping in, so if you could give them another round of applause, thank you.
Well, I have to open this up to the board. Any questions or comments? Director Snyder.
Real quick, that was an excellent presentation, and I need to know who gave that to me. So if you could each tell me your first names.
Haley, Leanne, Courtney,
Shia,
Charlie.
Miles.
Thank you all very much. You are excellent speakers. That was a really good presentation. You guys should be very proud of yourselves.
Thank you for inviting me.
Anyone else? Director Sherwood?
Makes me kind of wish I was a little younger. I'd like to come to your school, I think. One of the things I'm interested in, you guys look like a school where you treat each other kind of like family. And one of the issues that we're constantly dealing with in our schools is the issue of bullying. Could some of you talk a little bit about what you folks have learned about bullying and how you handle that at Buffalo School?
Would you like to talk about that? Okay,
Or
Miss Sandy teaches us how to use empathy and know what you have to know what how other people feel like and relate to them and show empathy so they feel better.
excellent. Anybody else?
Miss Sanders, okay, if we see bullying, then we tell the teacher, tell them to stop, or walk away, and then you tell a teacher, tell the principal, and tell somebody at home.
Very good. I think that's fine. Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Okay, well, Director Kluhl.
One of the things that the board, these folks up here talked about last week is we decided what were the things that we wanted to do this year for all the kids in the school district, for like you guys. And one of the things that we decided was very important, that the schools be a place where kids want to be. And we use the word climate, and you use the word happy. Now, you guys are happy tonight, I can tell that, because this was a fun thing. But are kids happy at school? Are you happy to be there? Now, I understand, like taking tests, it's not fun. Sometimes the end results don't make you happy. But overall, do you like to go to school?
I like to go to school because I get to see all my friends, see my teacher, and learn new things.
And that event that you do in the morning when you all get together, is that a good time to meet with your friends? Okay, great.
Well, as he said, but when you're like in, I don't know what grade, but when you get your diploma, you feel happy about yourself, because when you graduate or go to college, after that is your career, so.
Yeah, right.
Like in the morning, you I feel like that like when you get up, you feel like you started your day and you're ready to learn new things.
Yes, yes.
During morning meeting, it's a good time for the principal to announce things, and it's really good for us to start the day off as a good day.
Excellent. Thank you for your comments. I'm convinced that you all are a bunch of happy kids.
Director Dickman?
I don't remember who it was, but someone mentioned that you are kind of taking responsibility for your own learning by seeing where your scores are at and then working towards improving. Is that, does anyone want to talk about your teachers set up like a plan with you, or how does that work?
Every week, well, in our classroom, we'll take fact tests every week, and we'll record whether we went down or up so we can know what we need to practice on.
Is there anything else? All right. Well, thank you very much, all you students, especially Sherry, and thank you parents and families and community members for coming out to support Buffalo. Thanks a lot. Next is communications. November 14th, between 6 and 7:30, a public discussion on school start date and high school block schedule, North High School Auditorium. November 18th, 6 to 7:30 p.m., public discussion on school start date and high school block schedule at West High School Auditorium. November 25th, 7 p.m., regular meeting, ASC Jim Hester Boardroom. November 28th and 29th were closed for Thanksgiving. Next is open forum for community input, and we have several open forum requests. Open forum is a time for members of the community to give input at a board meeting regarding school district issues or concerns. Individuals who want to speak should fill out an open forum request and give it to the board secretary prior to open forum. The board will not act on any issue presented during open forum if it was not published as an agenda item. The Iowa Open Meetings Law prohibits action on any issue that is not on the agenda. The president will set the amount of time allowed for individuals to speak during open forum. The board asks that no charges or complaints be made against individual employees of the district or community during open forum. Remarks that reflect negatively on the character or motives of any person will be called out of order. Tonight, each one of you will have 2 minutes. When you come up to the microphone, please state your name and address for the record. And the order will be Ann Harrington, Megan Willits, Hannah Harrington, Sue Miller, Chris Miller, Linda Holton, Dave Brody, Brooke Vavra. We'll start with Ann.
Good evening. My name is Ann Harrington, 936 Colony Drive, Davenport, Iowa. As a very, very involved parent, I was honored to have been invited to the student showcase last week. I had been in contact with Rachel Steiner previous to that and was invited to attend that. I want to tell you that it was a remarkable evening. I came away with a very, very great appreciation for all of our students in our district. I've known that for a long time, but seeing it firsthand was just absolutely amazing. I think it's something that should be continued year after year. My only comment on the negative part of it was it's too bad that it was an invitation only, or at least that's my understanding, because I think we have remarkable students, and that showcase could be such a benefit to the rest of our community in one form or another. It was exciting for me to be able to go away as an ambassador and have lots of things to talk about, things that I didn't know before. And I think Rachel and you and whoever else was involved in putting that together should be congratulated and commended for a job well done. It was an amazing evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Next is Megan Willits.
Hi, my name is Megan Willits, 1524 West 7th Street in Davenport, and I'm here to talk about Jefferson and Edison learning. I was asked to speak by the principal. I'm actually new to the school this year. I do have 4 children that are attending in kindergarten, first, second, and third. We came from the Illinois School District, and 2 of the children that are my stepsons had a really hard time with reading. They were both reading below grade level. Some of them, the one that's in 3rd grade was reading in a kindergarten level. In just the short time that we've been at Jefferson, I have seen the self-confidence needed to learn how these things with the Edison Learning Module in these kids. They are loving getting up and going to school every day. The reason we moved to Davenport is they were on the verge of giving up on themselves, and you hate to see that in your kids, to where they don't want to go to school because they don't think that they're ever going to get it. My kids have finally realized that they can get it, and they're getting the self-confidence, and they're getting a boost, and they're getting the foundation that I think that they need, that they're going to use further on in their educational careers, not just in elementary school. I've got all 4 of the children now, and 3 of them were reading below grade level. They are all reading above grade level. My kindergartner is actually almost at a 3rd grade level at this point. The reading has been phenomenal. And not only the reading, but I've noticed that the communication between teachers, the more conferences per year, has been outstanding, because interventions can be made on a more short-term basis, and they can be switched around to help adapt to the certain child's needs. I feel like I'm working together with the teachers to help my children succeed, instead of once or twice a year getting together and talking about what they've already done. Instead of, we're talking about what can they do? What are we going to do now? So I want to thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you, Megan. Next is Hannah Harrington.
I'm Hannah Harrington, and I live at 936 Colony Drive. I know that a lot of times these open forums are full of issues that need to be addressed, but I have good news this time. After high school, I plan to be an elementary school teacher, and so I decided to fill out the volunteer application to come volunteer at Harrison Elementary School. And every time I walk in the classroom, I go there 1 day a week on Thursdays, and all of the kids are always like, "Miss Hannah," and they're always so excited to see me. So I encourage you guys to get it out there, that to let high schoolers come, because it benefits myself and it benefits the kids, because I can put that on my college apps and it will look good, and I enjoy doing it, and the kids just love it all the time. So thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Next is Sue Miller.
I'm Sue Miller. I live at 3497 Spencer Drive in Bettendorf. I am a Jefferson Edison parent, not of a student, but of a teacher. Through the last 15 years, we've been a business partner, my husband and I, with Jefferson. And we've learned a lot about Edison and their module for learning. The business partners are in full support of Edison, and we would like to see it continue. We are very involved with Jefferson. We have meetings once a month, and we're kept informed of what's going on, and we're in very full support of Edison continuing their partnership with the district. Edison is geared to the lower income students, and I think anything we can do to give these kids a little edge is needed. They need a little extra help, and Edison is there to provide that. My worry is if we don't continue with Edison, how will it affect the kids? We don't know. We had Edison for 15 years, and we don't really know. But I do worry that they'll backslide and go back to what the level they were at before. I worry about the teachers having to learn all new curriculum and how that will affect their teaching with the kids. Will that put the kids behind a little bit? And then I worry if the district will give the support to them with the new curriculum. If they don't continue with Edison, will the district give them the support that they promised and that they're going to need?
Thank you, Sue. Next is Chris Miller.
I'm her son, Chris Miller. I live at 2902 Oak Street in Bettendorf, Iowa. I've been a teacher at Jefferson for the last 15 years since Edison started. I've taught PE, I've taught 4th grade, I've taught 5th grade. I guess this is my 2 cents. I've grown up at that school, and I've seen a lot of changes in our school. When I first was there, when you would see former students, you wouldn't hear them talk about graduating high school, going on to college, and over the last 5 years, that's happened a lot more. I see kids when I go to a movie, hey, Mr. Miller, and then ask them how they're doing. Where are you going to school? Kids going to college, kids finishing high school, getting out of that rut that they're in. That's been one of the biggest differences that I've seen. And the school's grown academically, socially. It's changed over 15 years, and it would be hard to say that Edison has not been a big part of that. So I think that with, like my mom said, any support we can give the kids that are at that school is needed. And our staff works extremely hard to do that. We put in the time and the effort that is needed when we have an extra thing like Edison. And bottom line is, the school is changing, and we're going to continue to work hard to get the kids where they need to be. And Edison is a positive influence on our school. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Next is Linda Holton.
My name is Linda Holton. I live at 718 West 58th Street in Davenport. I have been teaching for 35 years. All 35 years have been at Jefferson. So I was there when Edison first became a part of our school. And a couple of things I want to emphasize that I see, changes that I've seen. There's a building-wide emphasis on achievement, individual student portfolios, and kid-friendly ICANN statements are allowing the students to take responsibility and ownership of their learning. The SFA reading curriculum, I believe when it's done with fidelity, is very successful. Our students are grouped according to ability. They are receiving instruction at their own level, and they have the opportunities to advance. Everyday math, we are working on pacing guides to align to the core. We also have house teams, which are also called data teams, and they are grade level teams where we get together with our grade level and we share ideas and teaching strategies, and we also use our data to drive our instruction. And when we're doing these things, of course, our kids are going to be successful because the emphasis is on making our students successful. And these are just 3 of the things that I think have been a positive since we became an Edison school. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Next is Dave Brody.
Dave Brody, 3103 North Pine, Davenport. I've been a teacher at Jefferson for 32 years. The first 18 as a PE teacher, the last 15 or the last 14 teaching reading and PE. The reading curriculum that I teach, the PE curriculum that I currently have, world class, and that was one of the things we were promised when we first got there. We'd have a world class curriculum, something that was geared towards our kids, and we've certainly got that. The Wilson reading program that I teach, I take over. I get the kids that in third grade are at a kindergarten level, so basically a 0 starting point. And of the 70 to 100 kids that I've had, I have them for a 2-year period. Of the 70 to 100 kids that I've had, the average is above grade level reading at the end of 2 years, so at the end of their 4th grade year. And for some of these kids, you know, they've gone through the first 3 years, K through 2, and not had any success. And then they come out of that program, and not only are they having success reading, but they're generally are the kids that have discipline problems, high number of referrals. Those are way down. We were just talking about that this morning with one of the kids that I have that hasn't had one literally in months, that generally in those first 3 years was had quite a few. I think the one thing I noticed about Edison more than any other is just the fact that when they came in, there was a sense of hope, and that hope hasn't gone away. Now we've had some changes in administration on both the district side and the Edison side that I think have maybe caused some leveling out. But as I told Dr. Tate, I would love to see another year or two of this just to see what we can do when we've got some real stability there. And it's been a blessing for me to work with the people there. It's been a blessing to have the curriculums. It's just been a wonderful experience. And I just want to say one last thing. As an Iowa grad, I have a really hard time standing next to Cameron right now. It's made me very uncomfortable. So anything shaky I said, you can blame on Cam. So thank you.
It's highly irregular. What
Clarification.
clarification?
How long has the Wilson reading program been in place?
For us, from the beginning. So it was back 2000 or whatever it was we started. And it's a 2-year program. You know, you run your kids through for 2 years, then you get another group. So, yep, still uncomfortable.
Okay. Thank you, Dave. Next is Brooke Vavra.
Brooke Vavra. I live at 1018 West 16th Street in Davenport. I have had 3 kids go through Jefferson, 9 years through Jefferson, and the whole time it was Jefferson Edison. I love what they have done with my children. They have their core values that they go through every month. They go through wisdom, courage, justice, responsibility, hope, respect, integrity, and compassion. They teach these kids what those are. 9 times out of 10, a lot of our kids, I also am a para at Jefferson for 7 years. A lot of our kids don't get that at home. We care about our kids. We want them to grow. And with these core values, we can help them grow. With the SFA reading program, it goes by their ability. So you don't have one teacher teaching someone that's maybe at 3rd grade level, 2nd grade level, kindergarten level. And that helps them grow. I have seen leaps and bounds with our students going through that. My own children that went through Jefferson were just driven. They were challenged. And I loved that because a lot of times children are not challenged in their reading. Where with the SFA program, by their level, they are challenged every day. With their everyday math program, it is also, they work at their ability. And my youngest child was always bored because he's very good in math. So in 4th and 5th grade, when I went to their teacher and said, he's bored, what can you do? They challenged him. They gave him harder problems in the same, whatever they were doing in math. They challenged him. And now my child is now in the TAG program over at JB. All 3 of my children left Jefferson without a TAG program, and they went into the TAG program over at JB Young. Also over at JB Young, because of this, my children are both also in honors math over at Jefferson, over at JB. Thank you.
Thank you, Brooke. And thank you to all of you that had the courage to stand up here in front of the microphone and advocate your position. It's really important to the board to hear your voices. Before I move on, I just want to remind everybody, especially on the board, this is likely to be a long meeting. Just wanted to remind us all of that. May I have a motion regarding consent agenda?
Mr. President,
Director Crumwitty.
I move the consent agenda as presented by the administration.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call for the vote. Director Crumwitty?
Yes.
Director Dickman?
Yes.
Director DeFau?
Yes.
Director Kluhl?
Yes.
Director Snyder?
Yes.
Director Sherwood? Yes. My vote is yes. Motion carries. May I have a motion regarding approval of bills?
Mr. President,
Director Kluhl.
I move that the board approve the following the resolution as recommended by the administration for adoption of bills from the bill listing period of October 24th, 2013 through November 6th of 2013. Resolution is as follows. Resolved, all claims presented to the board having been duly certified as correct by the secretary, reviewed by the administration and board members, and they are hereby audited and allowed as just claims, and warrants drawn in the treasury for the several amounts. Further resolved, the payment of claims and salaries be approved as presented with the following voided checks. Being check number 311763, payable to Aspect Solutions in the amount of $387.50, that being a wrong name, and check number 311960, payable to Top Bulb in the amount of $1,129.75, and that again was the wrong name.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call for the vote. Director Kluhl?
Yes.
Director Snyder?
Yes.
Director Crumwitty?
Yes.
Director DeFau?
Yes.
Director Dickman?
Yes.
Director Sherwood?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. Move on to the superintendent report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Some good news concerning our enrollment. We have a certified enrollment this year of plus 42, which is a change of about 200. Last year we had a minus of 161. So my hope certainly is that we've bottomed out and we're turning up, so we'll start earning money rather than giving it back to the state. As part of the Greater Achievement Plan, we are going to conduct 3 Saturday academies. The first one is this Saturday, November 16th. It'll be 12:30 to 1 p.m. at Williams Intermediate School. And I'll make mine short because we do have a long meeting, but I do want to turn to the students. And Cameron, since you were getting it over there, I'll let you start.
At Central, there's not much going on. I mean, we just finished up football season. We just got in a new dude working with us and lifting, so that starts tomorrow. Everyone has to go in and get started with him. So it'll be fun to see how we transfer from AJ over to this new guy.
At North, we're kind of switching in between our two, our fall and our winter, but Carolyn and I are both in the drama department. We're headed to UNI for Thespian Festival this weekend, and Carolyn has an IE, an individual event. No? Okay, well, there's a lot of people taking IEs, so hope for good news with that.
We are currently in progress of our children's show. The band room's completed, right?
Yeah.
Our band room finally got completed.
We moved in today.
Yes, it was very exciting. And that's pretty much it. We're still in between, so.
At West 2 weekends ago, we were able to utilize our new sound system, so thank you for the extra grant for that, in the Wizard of Oz, actually. And also, I think it was that weekend that our cheerleaders won state champs.
This coming up December, we're having a dance at Kimberly, and they're all excited because we haven't had one in a couple of years.
There's not much going on. We have our October graduation. I think it's October graduation. And we have, I think, 10 people graduating, and then we're expecting about 30 to graduate in December. We're no longer having our graduations at North because since our graduation classes are increasing, it was a bit crowded at the last one, so we're going to be having them at the St. Ambrose Galvin Fine Arts Center, and we hope to see you all there.
That's it, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Move on to other items requiring action. May I have a motion regarding textbook adoption AP Spanish?
Mr. President,
Go ahead.
Director Dickman?
Mr. President, I move that the board accept the administration's recommendation that the board approve the textbook adoption for the AP Spanish TEMAS in the amount of 2795.37.
Thank you. Is there a second?
second.
Is there any discussion? Call for the vote. Director Dickman?
Yes.
Director Sherwood?
Yes.
Director Crumwoody?
Yes.
Director DeFau?
Yes.
Director Kluhl?
Yes.
Director Snyder?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. I have a motion regarding request to School Budget Review Committee for on-time budget adjustment.
Mr. President,
Director DeFau.
I move that the board accept the administration's recommendation for the district to apply to the School Budget Review Committee to receive an on-time funding budget adjustment for $250,349 for the amount of enrollment increase from 2012 to 2013.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Director Kluhl.
My understanding that is in order to allay an additional tax levy, the proposal is that we will levy against cash reserve. What's the impact on our financial bottom line by doing that?
There is no impact on our bottom line. Instead of levying for cash reserve that we have in the reserves, we're just levying the same amount of money to cover this additional spending authority that we're going to get. So there really isn't an impact on the bottom line. It's just if we're levying in one fund or the other.
That cash reserve account is an account. That cash reserve account will decrease?
It's projected that it will decrease. We won't know for sure until we know what our taxable valuation is and we get into the budget process for next year. But the intent is not to have an impact on the bottom line by any of these motions going to the School Budget Review Committee.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other discussion? We'll call for the vote. Director DeFau?
Yes.
Director Sherwood?
Yes.
Director Dickman?
Yes.
Director Crumwoody?
Yes.
Director Kluhl?
Yes.
Director Snyder?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. I have a motion regarding request to School Budget Review Committee for modified allowable growth open enrollment out students.
Mr. President,
Director Sherwood.
I move that the board accept the recommendation of the district to apply for the School Budget Review Committee for modified allowable growth for $416,469 from an open enrollment out students not on the previous year's SRI data collection for whom the district will pay tuition in the current budget year.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call for the vote. Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director Crumwoody.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director DeFau.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. May I have a motion regarding request to School Budget Review Committee for modified allowable growth to fund LEP instruction?
Mr. President,
Director Crumwoody.
I move the administration's recommendation that the district apply to the School Budget Review Committee for modified allowable growth for $180,447 to fund LEP instruction beyond 5 years.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call for the vote. Director Crumwoody.
Yes.
Director DeFau.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. May I have a motion regarding 28E Partnership Agreement, St. Paul the Apostle Preschool?
Mr. President,
Director Kluhl.
I move that the board approve the partnership agreement with St. Paul the Apostle Preschool in the amount of $108,974.12.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Mr. President,
Director Sherwood.
I have a few questions for whoever is here to speak on this. It would be
Probably be Marcia, so just go ahead.
Marcia, okay. So, and under these contracts, we have some things like that. They have to have certified employees working with the kids. How do we verify that?
There's a liaison that works with Kathy Schulte, who works very closely with the directors of each of these preschools, and she's responsible for those kinds of things, that they're following the curriculum. We had met today, and they talk about collecting attendance and achievement data, so there is a checkpoint.
And you mentioned, and since we have a number of these that are associated with religious institutions, there is a separation of church and state kind of thing in these contracts. How do we monitor that for compliance?
The piece of the curriculum is that 4-year-old preschool curriculum, that the shared curriculum that's used in the 4-year-old programs. They have to agree to use the curriculum that comes with that program. So the religious element is separate from the curriculum.
Okay, thank you.
Additional discussion. Director Kluhl.
Couple easy questions. I understood that there was a gold assessment for kindergarten readiness. I didn't realize there was a curriculum involved with that as well, which is kind of interesting. The district then purchases that curriculum for the parochial institutions as part of the 2080 agreement.
That's my understanding, and they also provide the staff development and the monitoring of the curriculum.
Okay. Which leads to my second question. Is 5% of the cost allocated by the state under these categorical funds sufficient for us to administer the program, or are we using our own funds to try to administer? Because there's quite a bit of administration going on here.
I sit on the group that meets on a monthly basis to discuss the budget and the enrollments, and I've never heard that be a concern. That's the best I could give you on that right now, but we could look into it for you.
Well, just curious, whether or not we're being compensated for the work that we do, and I know that the work that we're doing is not decreasing now with the increased oversight of the parochial schools.
Mm-hmm.
It puts us in a situation. The last question was in regards to liability insurance. The statement says that the preschool and the school district shall carry commercial general liability insurance for protection of each, respectively, from any liability arising out of any accidents or other occurrences causing any injury or damage to any person or property in or about the program, site, or arising from the performance of their obligations under this agreement due directly or indirectly to the actions of the insured. And I just wanted to clarify that our insurance is for our staff, or is somehow the state requiring us that we codify or also insure on top of in addition to the preschool facility? Are we adding our liability insurance on top of theirs? That's just for our staff only. I could understand that in reading the part about workers' compensation. It was very clear that it was each organization was responsible for their particular staff, but it wasn't clear with this jargon here, with the legal jargon. So it is clear to me then that we do not cover them for liability. Okay, thank you.
Director Snyder.
I just wanted clarification with these 28E partnerships, where this funding is coming from, and was this already figured into the budget? Because with these 5 partnerships we're going to be talking about, that's in excess of $500,000. And with our budget woes, I just want to make sure we're looking at all of our dollars.
We actually count the students that are at all of our partner sites, and then we get funding on a per pupil basis for those students, and then the funding comes into the district, and we simply act as a pass-through to the partnership where the students are enrolled. It's categorical funding and can only be used for the 4-year-old program.
Thank you.
Director Sherwood.
Yeah, I have one more question. When students are signed to these partnerships, are there demographic requirements to see that there's a blend of students as we would have in our own programs?
No, I'm not aware of that. It's strictly the enrollment that they have in their facilities or in their schools at that time.
So they may be highly segregated programs then?
Certainly could be.
Yeah, I think it'd be a real concern of mine.
Any additional discussion? Director Cluel.
Just a note of appreciation for staff for managing a program that is highly respected in the state of Iowa.
Director Dickman.
It is my understanding, I guess it's a clarification question, that these are the regular programs that the preschools would be offering to paid tuition, and these are not separate, or are they?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
The students that are attending, that are being funded by the state, is that a separate curriculum from what the preschools would normally offer, or is that what the preschools would normally offer to their paid tuition students?
It is the curriculum that they're required to use, the academic curriculum that they're required to use with their 4-year-old programs.
Okay.
In many cases, it was probably the first time a true curriculum was introduced to these preschools, which is the idea of the partnership with the support and the in-servicing and the professional direction of the district.
Okay, but they still sometimes have the religious element.
I think we'd be kidding ourselves if we didn't think that was still happening outside of this curriculum. That's the reason they exist.
Thank you.
Any additional discussion? Call for the vote. Director Cluel.
Yes.
Director Crumwood, he had to leave for a minute, so I will not call him. Director DeFow.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
I abstain.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
My vote is yes. May I have a motion regarding 28E Partnership Agreement, John F. Kennedy Preschool?
Mr. President,
Director DeFow.
I move that the board approve the administration's recommendation for a partnership agreement with John F. Kennedy Preschool in the amount of $195,006.32.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call for the vote. Director DeFow.
Yes.
Director Cluel.
Yes.
Director Crumwoody.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Abstain.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. I have a motion regarding 28E Partnership Agreement for All Saints Preschool.
Mr. President,
Director DeFow.
I move that the board approve the administration's recommendation for a partnership agreement with All Saints Preschool in the amount of $149,122.48.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call for the vote. Director DeFow.
Yes.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director Crumwoody.
Yes.
Director Cluel.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Abstain.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. May I have a motion regarding 28E Partnership Agreement for Head Start Preschool?
Mr. President,
Director Dickman.
I move that the board accept the administration's recommendation that the board approve the partnership agreement with Head Start Preschool in the amount of $108,974.12.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call for the vote. Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director Cluel.
Yes.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director Crumwoody.
Yes.
Director DeFow.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director and my vote is yes as well. Motion carries. Thank you. We have a motion regarding 28E partnership agreement for Trinity Lutheran Preschool.
Mr. President,
Director Crumwitty.
I move the administration's recommendation that the board approve the partnership agreement with Trinity Lutheran Preschool in the amount of $192,138.58.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call for the vote. Director Crumwitty.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Abstain.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director DeFau.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
And my vote is to abstain. Motion carries. Thank you. May I have a motion regarding memorandum of agreement with Eastern Iowa Community Colleges for dual enrolled classes?
Mr. President,
Director DeFau.
I move the board approve the administration's recommendation for an agreement with Eastern Iowa Community College to provide dual enrolled classes, fees dependent upon instructor and type of class. Fees for the 2012-13 school year were $48,000.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call for the vote. Director DeFau.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director Crumwitty.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. May I have a motion regarding agreement with AEA to provide driver's education?
Mr. President,
Director Kluhl.
I move that the board approve the agreement with the Mississippi Bend Area Education Agency in the amount of $370 per student. Total amount paid in fiscal 2013 was $120,000.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Director Dickman.
I'm just curious, again, in reference to our budget woes, if this is something that we might be spending money on that we could be using towards other things.
We are required by the state of Iowa to provide driver education. And for years, we did provide it in the district with our own instructors. And we found that it was actually cheaper to go with the AEA to provide the instruction than rather to do it in-house. So right now, this is the cheapest plan that we have for providing it.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Any other discussion? Director DeFau.
For clarification, the family provides the fee, not the district.
The family provides the fee except if the student is free or reduced. And that fee comes into place for all of the free or reduced students.
Thank you.
Any additional discussion? Director Sherwood.
Just a quick question. We used to have private, for-profit driver's ed companies that were involved in this somehow too. Do we still do that, or what's up?
I know that there are other companies out there that provide driver education, and they can do that and recruit students, advertise for their services, but we are not in a contract with them. So if a student were to apply to one of those businesses, the free and reduced status does not apply.
Okay.
So the district does not have to kick in for that.
All right, thank you.
Any additional discussion? Call for the vote. Director Kluhl.
Yes.
Director DeFau.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director Crumwitty.
Abstain.
And my vote is to abstain. Also, motion passes. Thank you. May I have a motion regarding district-wide security camera project Phase 2?
Mr. President,
Director DeFau.
I move that the board approve the administration's recommendation for the lowest responsive bid from Communication Innovators for $440,331 of Eldridge, Iowa for the district-wide security camera project Phase 2.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Mr. President.
Director Kluhl.
Mr. Martin could, he already is. I think there's no doubt that the board is concerned about the safety of our students. We're all concerned about the safety of our students, and I appreciate the operations folks bringing this forward for the board as an issue that can enhance the security and safety of our students. My concern I've expressed with the board ad nauseum is that there perhaps are better ways to try to deal with safety and security. We have an amazing anti-bullying program, the Alveus program, which seeks to empower children to be responsible for identifying bullies. And I think that's the direction that we would like to see this district go in terms of empowering our students to take charge of their lives and for their security. My concern is that every time we add an additional oversight like this, which is something from my era we call Big Brother, which we today call the incursion on privacy, every time we do that, we take another step in terms of saying that students, you aren't really encountered, you aren't encumbered with this issue of your own safety and security, because adults will be looking at it for you. So we take away that responsibility every time we do that. On the other hand, if the district were flush with cash, I might have a different opinion on it. I might, because I realize the practicality of it. Director Sherwood has talked about the importance of having videos of what's happened, to be able to see exactly what has happened. And certainly it provides that opportunity, there's no doubt about it. But I would suggest that this is an issue that the board needs to consider, as we've heard several times tonight about the cost and the $4 million that this board is going to have to try to find in savings over the next 4 to 5 years. That savings is not going to come easily anymore. The self-insurance fund is not going to make a difference. We're going to be talking about issues like class size. And what class size means is number of teachers in our buildings. A number of issues that we're going to have to talk about cutting. So I mean, this is phase 2. What did we approve for phase 1? The cost?
I don't know exactly. I think it was in the range maybe 350,000.
Mm-hmm. So we approved that. This is phase 2.
Correct.
Phase 3 coming when?
Is all elementary, and we're in the process of doing those school examinations right now to determine number of cameras and placement of cameras.
So we have a phase 3 coming up, which will be perhaps equally as expensive. That will cover all of our schools then, phase 3?
That will cover all of our schools, yes.
And then we'll begin a preventive maintenance schedule to try to make sure that our equipment is kept up.
Correct.
I appreciate that input. I would just suggest to the board that given the circumstances that we're currently in financially, there are better ways for us to provide security and safety for our students. And if we decide that this ongoing expenditure of hundreds of thousands of dollars, close to $1 million and above by the time we're done, is the appropriate expense, then what is it that we're going to find to cut away in the near future? So my vote on this motion will be no, because I believe that it is not in keeping with the job that this board has to do to stay away as far as possible from the classroom and affecting the education of our children.
Sure.
I just want to assure Marcia, these are what we used to call local option sales tax monies, the state penny. They're not from the general fund, and these were monies, that's the 12 or 13 million we have each year to do our structuring, and they're in our 10-year plan. Is that all correct?
That's correct.
I just want to make sure that, no, it's not part of our general fund that we need to cut.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Director Dickman.
I was looking at the different bids, and there is only about a $4,000 difference between Tri-City Electric and Communication Innovators. And Tri-City Electric has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, but I wasn't able to actually even find a reference to this particular Communication Innovators on the Better Business Bureau website. And I guess for that small of a difference, I'm wondering if it is the most responsible and responsive thing.
Every contractor that bids with us is required to fill out a form every year, and it should tell us of any issues that they have, whether it bonding capacity or projects that they've not completed. This company is actually doing our high schools right now, and they're doing an excellent job. We should be online any day, and I don't have any reservations about awarding it to Communication Innovators.
Any additional discussion? Director Sherwood.
And I don't want to spend too much time on this, but the other side to this, and there's always a personal privacy issue, but these cameras are all in public places. These are not in bathrooms, they're not in locker rooms and so forth. They're not in sensitive areas. And the issue of cost effectiveness, once again, by having these cameras present, especially high quality cameras, we come to resolution of issues much, much faster in many, many cases than we do without cameras, with all the legwork involved, and the accuracy of those results is much higher with these cameras present. So we cut administrative time dramatically as far as that invested in this, which allows administrators to be in the classroom and doing their educational job rather than their police task that they're required to do. This reduces dramatically vandalism in our buildings and in our parking lots and so forth, especially, again, high-resolution cameras, which we're looking for now. We can resolve crimes that are occurred. Our buildings are like small cities, and they have all the same kinds of issues that go on every day. And I'm just telling you that I've always found cameras to be exceedingly helpful in resolving these things to the benefit of kids. Kids are not blamed for things that they don't do, because cameras can resolve that. We know who starts fights. That doesn't mean we know all the nuances of who starts the fights, but we can see physically who starts what and who does what. We can talk about thefts and see thefts. We can see drug deals. We can see all those things that keep the building safer and a place that kids want to go to school. So these kinds of things being present give a real boost to the academic environment, and one of our issues this year, one of our goals, is climate. Cameras directly affect the climate of a building and the ability of that building to complete its mission. So although there are some downsides, for the most part in our situation, these are ups, not downs.
Any additional discussion? I have a question. Oh, Director Kluhl.
I would just note that history has shown over and over again that the shortest distance between 2 points is not always the right answer.
Any additional discussion? I have a question for Director Kluhl. During your part of the discussion, you said that there are better ways to spend the money than on security cameras with respect to safety. And I imagined that you meant also that it would be less expensive. I wondered if you could expound on that a little bit.
I think I'm not an expert in the area, but I certainly think that the Olveus program, from what I've heard, is going great in our community. I would suspect that we are not putting all the effort and training into that program that we might if we had the resources. Now, I understand that these are statewide penny dollars, but I think that even though they don't compete with general fund dollars, there is still an onus on us to use our funds in a way that is defensible. And my biggest concern is what we're teaching our students by saying, you're not in charge, we are. That's my biggest concern, because I believe it's contrary to the best interest of an educational organization to take away a learning opportunity from our students. Granted, it's more efficient, it's clear, it's direct, it's not necessarily the best way to do things, and it's certainly not the least expensive, given what we could use those dollars for.
Thank you. Director DeFau.
I'm wondering if our student board members have any opinion that they would like to express as it relates to security cameras in the high schools.
I know in years past we've had a problem in our parking lot with a lot of theft, and since they've placed cameras down there, it's gone down a lot because they can keep an eye on what's going on down there, and say if they see something going on, there's security there quicker than say before. So you've seen a lot less like kids getting rocks thrown through their windows and getting stuff stolen out of their cars and stuff in that nature. So that's helped us in that way.
I do think it's pertinent to have security cameras at high school level. However, I do wonder if there's anything different that we could think about with this money, since it is such a large amount of money. At middle school level, I believe that safety is not as large of an issue, and I do agree with Cluel on this.
I know that as we were transitioning from our old band room to our new band room, we were in the auditorium, and we had just gotten the cameras put in, and some issue was happening with a backpack being stolen and money and whatnot. So that helped them figure out, or at least narrow it down to who that would have been. So I think it's a good idea, especially in the middle schools and high schools, because that's when kids start getting defensive and whatnot. So I don't know about the elementary schools, but I think it's a good idea for the high schools and the middle schools.
Thank you for the question. Was there anything more, Director
Just
DeFau?
wanted to thank them.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, we'll call for the vote. Director DeFau.
Yes.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director Crumwoody.
Yes.
Director Cluel.
No.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. The next two motions, I'm going to reverse the order. So we're going to talk about the funding equity resolution first. I'll ask for a motion there, and then after that, we'll move on to the early childhood pre-K through 2 literacy resolution. May I have a motion regarding funding equity resolution?
Mr. President,
Director Crumwoody.
I move the Legislative Advocacy Committee's recommendation that the board adopt the funding equity resolution as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I had asked board members for President Johansson to rearrange these two action items so we all have a better understanding about our resolutions prior to next week's IASB convention. Most recently, I was appointed as your delegate, and also have just recently been appointed to the Legislative Resolutions Committee for IASB. So I've had some conversations with Patty Fields, the president of IASB, and also spent part of Monday with Mary Gannon, who is the resolutions chair and attorney for IASB. First of all, where did the proposals come from? The board agenda committee requested the Legislative Advocacy Committee to reflect on issues which are critically important to the education of students in our district and to propose legislative priorities for the 2014 session. We have two proposals to present tonight to the board, and the first one I will talk about, and Director Cluel is going to talk about the second proposal. And the first one has to do with funding equity, which is this item on the agenda, and I'd like to read the the proposal. Whereas it is an expectation that all Iowa public school students will be treated equitably, whereas the Iowa school funding formula favors per student funding in selected districts up to 3% more than others, whereas the Davenport Community School District Board of Education wishes to provide the same quality of education to its students as every other district in the state, whereas if the Davenport Community School District was on par with those districts receiving the highest per pupil rates, we would receive an additional $2.1 million annually. Whereas the actual per pupil cost of educating individual students in our district is no less than any other district, recognizing that equitable funding under the state formula will lead to a common economic starting point for all districts under the governor's blueprint for education reform. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Davenport Community School District Board of Education affirms the need to make revision of the Iowa funding formula an essential foundation for implementation of the governor's blueprint in order to ensure equitable and adequate funding for all Iowa students, supporting real school improvement and meaningful reform. There's a handout that I had asked Mary to provide, and it's on the table tonight, to share with you the funding in all of the districts in Iowa. The amount of formula spending authority is not equal per student across the let me do that again. The amount of formula spending authority is not equal per student across the state of Iowa. About half of the districts are at the minimum of $6,121 per student, and about half are at a higher level of funding up to $6,296. Now that doesn't seem like a lot, but when you take that difference times the number of students that we have in our district, that's a hunk of change. So the problem is that we've created inequity, and where some students are worth more in some of our surrounding districts and more affluent districts right in our area. 169 districts in Iowa are like us at the same level. We want to support a solution to this inequity issue at the Iowa Association of School Board Delegate Assembly next week. I would encourage us to vote yes to this proposal with the understanding that 4 other districts have already presented similar proposals, and they are already on the resolution slate. And those districts are North Scott, Central Clinton and DeWitt, West Pomona, and Woodbury Central. As you know, we just recently joined the Iowa School Board Association. So if we were to submit a new proposal at the Delegate Assembly, first of all, we would have to receive a 2/3 majority vote from the Assembly to even get it on the docket. And being there already is a resolution presented, and it's resolution number 9, and let me read it to you so you understand that it's already there. It reads, supports revising the foundation formula to equalize per pupil funding regardless of the school district. Our funding system is archaic and doesn't recognize the changes to our education or to the students we serve since the formula was adopted. It's time for the state to expend time, energy, and resources into not only developing a new funding formula, but one that is equitable statewide, so a student's address doesn't determine the amount of funding the school district receives. And so this is going to be a resolution that is going to be presented at the assembly, which is very similar to what we're asking. But I am asking this board to adopt this resolution. I then want to contact the other 4 districts that have presented their resolutions and to let them know that we are in support of that resolution and that all of us can work together, hopefully, to get this passed at the assembly.
Thank you. Is there additional discussion? Director Sherwood.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank the Legislative Advocacy Committee for crafting, I know this is reworked from a previous work, but this is very well done. And I thank you in advance for the next one as well. That was also very well done. I would encourage you to not just take this to ISAB, but also to send this to the Scott County delegation, legislative delegation, and let them know where this board stands, because I'm presuming the passage of this, but let them know where this board stands and what our expectations of their behavior in the legislature is this year. So, thank you.
Thank you. Additional discussion? Director Kluhl, did you have something? No. Okay. All right. Any additional discussion? We'll call for the vote. Director Crumwitty.
Yes.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director DeFau.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. Move on to early childhood pre-K through 2 literacy resolution. Have a motion.
Mr. President,
Director Kluhl.
I move that the board approve the Legislative Advocacy Committee's recommendation to adopt the early childhood, that is PK through 2, literacy resolution as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Mr. President,
Director Kluhl.
I too would like to begin by reading this resolution because it's not part of your packets out there in the audience. This is a resolution of the Davenport Community School District Board of Education concerning early childhood, that is pre-kindergarten through 2nd grade literacy. Whereas the goal of all Iowans is to provide the quality of education our children deserve, whereas quality of life for residents of Davenport and the city's economic growth are directly related to the quality of public education. Boy, I wish I had the speaking ability of that smallest girl that was here from Buffalo. She was so good. Whereas the 2013 Education Reform Bill promises to provide all the schools with the support they need to significantly raise student achievement, whereas early childhood literacy is widely recognized as the prerequisite gateway through which all students must pass in order to be successful in school and in life beyond. Whereas the 2013 Education Reform Bill allocates funding to systemic reform efforts, it does not address the key issue of early childhood literacy, recognizing that like Davenport, many Iowa school districts are working with the precipitously low fiscal reserves due to multi-year history of allowable growth rates that have not kept up with inflation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Davenport Community School District Board of Education affirms, and we'll put an S in there, affirms the need for the Governor, Iowa House, and Senate to support the Governor's vision for education reform by investing in early childhood literacy as the basis for real school improvement and meaningful reform. That is the resolution, and just some surrounding notes on this. Director Crumwitty is going to take both of these resolutions forward to IASB. As Director Crumwitty said, the equity resolution lines up with a resolution that's already been printed and filed. So we're pretty clear on getting our issue of funding student equity listened to in front of the Assembly. This particular resolution, which aligns with the priority that this board agreed that was the primary issue that we were concerned about in terms of legislative issues this year, doesn't really have a close companion to any resolution of the 37 resolutions that were submitted to the Iowa Association of School Boards. But Mary Gannon, the LRC representative for Iowa Association of School Boards, is looking at 3 different resolutions that she thinks she might be able to work it into. So we'll see where that goes, but nonetheless, we also have the opportunity to work with the Urban Education Network on Tuesday of next week. The steering committee will be talking about priorities. I'm going to again assert this as something that we feel is very important. Waterloo School District also indicated that it would be a priority for them. Certainly is, as the whereas says, a gateway through which all children must pass in order to be successful in school life. Literacy, comprehension, understanding what it is that we're talking about in school. And the Jefferson folks have talked about that on a number of occasions. It is the prerequisite gateway through which kids must pass. Otherwise, they fail sooner or later. So anyway, I could go on, but I think that is the issue before us, and I would certainly appreciate the board's approval of this resolution, because we did plan to go forward with this as a joint resolution with the city, but we were under such time constraints in trying to get this in front of IASB, we didn't have time to reasonably do that. Our thought is that we will roll this out as our approved resolution, use it with our legislators, it'll be going to the governor, but that we will also roll this out to the chamber, the city, for them to sign off on in the future. So this is an adoptive process that we're looking at with this particular resolution.
Thank you. Is there additional discussion? All right, we'll call for the vote. Director Kluhl.
Yes.
Director Crumwoody.
Yes.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director DeFau.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. May I have a motion regarding approval of third-party administrator?
Mr. President,
Director Dickman.
I move that the board accept the administration's recommendation that the district approve UMR as the district's third-party administrator beginning January 1st, 2014.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? I have a couple questions. And I know I've got it somewhere here in the packet, but Marcia, could you tell us a little bit about what the third-party administrator does and what the costs have been, say, for the last year, and what the anticipated costs would be for the future year?
What the third-party administrator does is provides us with overall administration of our insurance, medical insurance claims. They provide us with utilization review, large case management. They provide us COBRA services. And they also provide us access to network providers. And those network providers are the ones that give us discounts on the services that the district uses. So in choosing a third-party administrator, different third-party administrators have access to different networks. And that was one of the decisions in looking at the parties that we interviewed, in that UMR is able to provide us with the largest discount on those services to the network. In going back a couple of years, I actually went back to 2010-11, we spent $556,000 on a third-party administrator. In 2011-12, we spent $558,000. In 2012-13, we spent $578,000, and we're projected to spend in 2013-14 $538,000. So it's actually going to go down. And then for the next year, $565,000. And one of the reasons that it's going down is because we are actually getting a break on our reinsurance carrier on the rates that we're getting there. So our overall administration fee is actually going to go down for the next 2 years.
So I didn't, and I apologize, I didn't take the time to look up the costs of of our cases, I guess I would say, are we in the millions of dollars? For the cases that the third-party administrator manages?
Well, they manage all of our claims. They do our claims processing for us. So that's from large cases to just your regular visit in the doctor's office. They do all that claims processing, adjudicate the claims, run them through the system, work with providers, work with review of the claims. If you have to call in to pre-certify, they negotiate discounts. They do all of that work for us.
The reason I ask these questions is that some organizations have gone to eliminating the third-party administrator, and they have been able to save significant money by not paying the third-party administrator. In your professional perspective, do they represent something more than $500,000 of value?
Oh, absolutely. If you would look at the amount of claims we run, well over $20 million in claims through in a year's time. If you look at the amount of discount that they bring to us, just the difference in the two providers that we were looking at could have been as much as 15%. So by that third-party administrator negotiating that discount, if you take 15% over $20 million, you can see that that's well above the $500,000 it's costing us for their service. In other large cases that we have, they work with physicians to make sure that the appropriate care is being given, that the proper drugs, that sort of thing is taking place. And honestly, I can't imagine a district of our size with the number of employees that we have not having someone in that capacity to do that negotiations for us. Because we ourselves do not have access to the networks that the third-party administrator does. We could not go to a Wellmark network or another network and say, we'd like your 50% discount. That is the work of the third-party administrator.
Will any of this be affected by the Health Care Act?
No, and that was another important point of us in selecting UMR. When we looked at Wellmark, they were not able to comply with 8 components of our current plan design. And so they weren't able to meet the specifications that we had out there. We have to be very careful that we don't change our plan design, because in certain areas, if you change it, then you lose your grandfather status, and then there's more of the Affordable Health Care Act provisions that will come into play. Right now, we're still in that grandfathered status, so we don't have a lot of those things affecting us yet, and that was really important to us that we stay in that status.
Okay, thank you very much. Any additional discussion? We'll call for the vote. Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Crumwoody.
Yes.
Director DeFow.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. I think we're in good shape for policy review. Director DeFow.
Certainly. And I'm going to make these in 2 separate motions to allow for discussion. So I move that the board approve the policy committee's recommendation and approve policy 401.01, employment equity and non-discrimination, as discussed at the board meeting on 10/14/13.
Second.
Is there any additional discussion?
I just want to point out that this is the policy that was reviewed and approved by the Office of Civil Rights, and that is pretty well locked into stone, so there's not a lot of wiggle room with this one.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Call for the vote. Director DeFow.
Yes.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director Crumwoody.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries.
Mr. President,
Director DeFow.
I move that the board approve the policy committee's recommendation for policy 501.16, open enrollment between districts, as discussed at our board meeting on 10/14/13.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Mr. President?
Director Cluel.
Last meeting, I brought up an issue that I felt was important in terms of definitions of the criteria for our diversity plan. And since this policy deals with our diversity plan very directly, I feel it's incumbent on me to bring this issue up again before the board before we vote on this policy. The open enrollment between districts, basically what this is it's a provision by Iowa law that allows students, regardless of where they live, to choose where they go to school. So if you live in the Davenport Community School District, you don't have to stay in this district. You can go to another district if you think it suits your needs better. The board has had considerable discussion about this, and we have an ongoing effort as a district of distinction to make this the district that students want to come to. We're working on that. We still have this open enrollment policy which restricts students from being approved to go to schools outside of the district. And we're all very much trying to work towards the day when every student, this policy will no longer be needed, that students won't be flowing out of the Davenport district, they'll be flowing in. And we all believe that that will happen. We're not at that point yet today. So my concern is what you might consider a technical point, but I think it's a very important point. We define our diversity plan, and our diversity plan is used as the basis for how many students we allow to leave the district or come into the district. So it's very important that we're careful how we define what diversity is, and the board and administration took some time to do that, and they have defined diversity with two criteria: socioeconomic status, which is determined from free and reduced lunches, and performance on standardized tests. Those are the two criteria on which you are required to meet certain metrics before you are allowed to leave the district. My concern is that the policy that we have with the diversity plan and the criteria that we have are not compliant with Iowa State Code. The code states that minority students shall be defined by a local school board in its diversity plan and may include consideration of any one characteristic or a combination of any of the following characteristics: socioeconomic status, ethnicity and national origin, English language learner status, or race, period. Now, there has been some discussion about what does may mean. To me, this is very clear that given Dillon's rule, which states that the school district has no authority to define anything other than what the state says is what you will do in your school district. We don't have that authority. Are we working on it legislatively? Yes, we're not there. This language does not provide for the use of test scores in deciding who can or cannot leave this district. I stood up here several weeks ago and said I swear to uphold the laws of the state. To me, there is a reasonable doubt that this policy complies with state law. Since there is a reasonable doubt, I cannot in good conscience, nor can I withstand the potential legal litigation that could occur from doing something that may be contrary to state law. Each board member will make up their own mind on that. Until this issue is resolved and we have a definition, my vote will be no for this policy.
Any additional discussion? Director DeFau.
While the diversity plan is an attachment to this policy and is referenced within this policy does not define the diversity plan, it describes it. what this policy does is outline how we're going to implement open enrollment between districts. The language change is proposed here, which is a removal of one word, which is mistakenly used as an adjective to describe the word demographic characteristics, or the phrase. It has no impact whatsoever on our diversity plan. So if as a board we choose to review the diversity plan, I think that is a separate issue from what's before us, which is the correction of language as it relates to open enrollment between districts.
Additional discussion. Director Kluhl?
I would like to respond. Well, I agree with you in concept. The fact is that the diversity plan is the basis on which open enrollment takes place. Therefore, those criteria are critical to this plan because we will be making decisions, the superintendent will be making decisions based on this policy, which are founded in the diversity criteria that this board has established.
Any additional discussion? Director Sherwood?
Yeah, just first of all, this policy's been in place for how many years? Quite a few years. Approved by the Department of Ed, been to our lawyers several times, and been approved by our lawyers several times, so that there doesn't seem to be a lot of concern about the legality of this thing. Second piece is that when open enrollment was passed, one of the concerns was that districts would be harmed by open enrollment. They'd be harmed by an outflow of students, which would take with them a lot of money, which then harms the sending district. And we've seen that kind of thing around the country as under so-called educational reform, we've had charter schools who cherry-pick students and take out the cream of the crop students out of districts and along with their funding and leave those districts poorer and less able to educate their kids, because the presence of high-achieving students is one of the things that really help education to advance in any building. So this criterion, as far as academic measure, is something that in my mind is just as important as socioeconomic measure in the health of a district. So I think it's good policy, and apparently it is also something that's considered by the state and our lawyers to be legal. So I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Any additional discussion?
Mr. President,
Director Crumwitty?
when we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, I thought that we were going to get some legal interpretation back to us before we this policy came back for approval.
And that was the intent.
So would it be advisable to table this until we do get that legal interpretation back?
Well, that's up to the board. I was going to express what the legal interpretation was.
Okay.
But before I do that, is there any additional discussion? Okay. I did talk with our representative, and she said that the policy that we're currently evaluating and the diversity plan are both defensible. She understood well Director Kluhl's concerns about the the words in the phrase that include may and that do not include I think it was academic test scores is what Director Kluhl is concerned with. She said that it's defensible and that the board has support through the Department of Education, who approved the diversity plan. And so she's preparing a written document to help support the board in this, but I don't have it yet. But that's what she said the other day. Any additional discussion? Did you want to move to table?
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we do table this until we get that interpretation back from our attorneys.
Sorry. Is there a second to table?
Second.
I don't recall the specifics on what has to happen on a move to table, but I am going to allow discussion. So any discussion on this motion to
Mr.
table?
President?
Director Sherwood.
Typically, no discussion is allowed on a move to table.
And it could be, but since I don't have my Robert's rules with me, I'm going to allow it. Any additional discussion? Okay, we'll call for the vote. Director Defoe, or I'm sorry, Director Crumwitty.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
No.
Director Dickman.
No.
Director Sherwood.
No.
Director Defoe.
No.
And my vote is no. The motion fails. So now we're back to the original motion, which is to adopt 501.16, open enrollment between districts. Is there any additional discussion? Okay, we'll call.
Yes,
Oh,
there is.
Director Kluhl.
I just, regardless of whether this motion passes or fails, I just want our students, the school board members, to know that, sometimes you stand out. It's kind of like Pete the Purple Bull, kind of stands out, sticks out like a sore thumb. Sometimes you do that because you think it's the right thing to do. Don't be afraid to do that.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Okay, we'll call for the vote. My notes are a little bit goofed up here. Director Defoe.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
No.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director Crumwitty.
No.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. It's getting on toward 8 o'clock, and we have some presentations that are going to be made. I'd like to offer a 5-minute recess. So we'll reconvene at about 7:52 or so. All right? All right, we'll reconvene the meeting. Move into an Edison presentation. Superintendent Tate.
Laura, I'm not sure. You or Brett are going to make the presentation. We're ready.
All right. Yes, sir. Good evening. My name is Laura Hayes, and I'm a Senior Director of Achievement with Edison Learning. And I want to thank the board for allowing me to speak with you a few minutes this evening. The purpose of my standing before you is to answer some of the questions that were posed by the board in the committee of the whole, and also to share some things that we had shared previously with the various subcommittees that didn't make their way to the board, so that you have all the information that we shared. The first graphic that I have there, I wanted to start with demographics of Jefferson, because it's been stated that Jefferson has the same demographics as a couple of other schools that are used to compare with Jefferson, and that's not quite accurate. If when you look at this picture, you'll see that the African American and Hispanic population at Jefferson is 71%. Comparable schools that we're compared to have an African American and Hispanic population of 44% and 48% respectively. So Jefferson has about 23% more African American and Hispanic students. And we think that that's statistically significant. It's also been pointed out that Jefferson was performing lower than the district and the state, and while we're working hard to close that achievement gap, and everybody across the country is working to close that achievement gap, this chart shows that the district African American Hispanic population is about 31% compared to 71% at Jefferson, and the state African American population, African American and Hispanic population is about 14% compared to 71% at Jefferson. Another way to look at that, it's been said that Jefferson is performing similarly to our comparison schools, but when you look at Jefferson next to our comparison schools and Davenport and the state as a whole, you see that there are quite a few more students in what is categorized as at-risk situations than we have in our other comparison schools. This chart shows math and reading performance over time, and the source of this data is actually the Davenport Community Schools. So this is a chart using your data, not the raw data from the state. And as we talked last week, I said that the numbers were up and down a little bit. I didn't have the numbers directly in front of me. There they are. They're up and down. The top line, the blue line, is math. The bottom line, the red line, is reading. So you can see how that has progressed over time. The next chart is the same chart. I just took everything in the middle out so you could see where we started and where we ended. So with math then, we started at 36%, and over the years we've climbed to 61%. That's about a 29.5%, 29.5 point increase over time. And in reading, we started at 34% and ended up at 48%, so that's about a 14% increase over time. Looking at this a different way, if you look at the reading growth over time between Jefferson and comparable schools, we have comparable schools with a decline and Jefferson with an increase. It's not as large an increase as we'd like, average per year over time, but it's going in the right direction. And in math, you'll see the same thing as well. Comparable schools with a decline and Jefferson with an increase. If you look at this over the last 2 years, you'll see that that is even more pronounced. You have a little up and down there going with the comparable schools, Davenport schools, and the state when we look at reading. And when we look at math, we show that everybody's down. The comparable schools, Davenport schools, the state, everyone was down but Jefferson. Jefferson had an increase. We were asked about the Harris survey on last week, so I brought a compilation of Harris survey results. And you'll see there's up and down there. On the left, you have Jefferson. There's a quite nice little uptick there in parents for our last year. And we were also asked, how does this compare to other Edison schools? So you see the other Edison schools on the right. There's a slight increase with parents and students, a little up and down with teachers. But if you're comparing the other Edison schools to Jefferson, Jefferson is outperforming the others on overall satisfaction and quite a bit on parent satisfaction. Another thing we were asked about is attendance. So if you look at attendance over the past several years, particularly the last 2 years in particular, you'll see that we have an increase from 2010 and 11 from 93.6 to 94.9. That's over a percent of increase, back down a little bit last year, but still above where it was in 2011. We were asked about the percent of students suspended, and you can see how that has gone over the past several years as well. We had quite a bit of discussion over 2012 and 13, and in trying to anticipate questions from the board, I delved into why might this be such a spike there. There is some difference between the way we look at the number and calculated the number and the way the district calculated the number, so we decided to go with the higher number, which is we followed the student. If the student had the infraction at Jefferson, we counted it. And I think the other way that it's counted is where is the student right now? So if the student was not at Jefferson in the way the district counts it, it wouldn't be counted. So that's the difference that you see between 2008, 9, 10, and 11, and 12, and what we looked at this year. We actually looked at the number of students who had an infraction, they were at Jefferson, wherever they ended up at this moment. Because as you'll see in a future graph, there's quite a bit of mobility. So that's the percent of students suspended. The next chart, total days of school lost to suspension, that's up the last year as well. And while it does seem like a pretty big spike, it's still less than half of 1%. Another way to look at that is that's 249 days. That represents 249 days of suspension. Well, that's out of 81,955 days, right? If you take 448 students times 185 days, that's over 81,000 days. So 249 days were suspended. Next graph, student mobility, quite high, with students coming to the school, students leaving the school, always fewer students lost than students coming to the school. We'd like for that mobility number to be lower, but we do take some solace in the fact that there are more students coming than we're losing. There were some questions around RTI. So Tier 1 and RTI should serve a majority of the students. So all of our students start with Tier 1, and we have progress monitoring, and we follow the students, and we find what they need based on their needs if they need to go into another level. So these are some of the things that are done in Tier 1. We were asked about how many students are in the other tiers. These are the number of students by grade level that are in Tier 2. So if they're in Tier 2, what do we do for them? And here are some of the kinds of activities students will be exposed to if they're in Tier 2. And these things happen with interventionists. We have 2 AmeriCorps interventionists. We have a reading interventionist. They get further differentiation in the classroom using foundations and those kinds of programs. These are the Tier 2 interventions for the upper level primary students. And we do have 21 Tier 3 students. So after students have been exposed to the regular curriculum in Tier 1, we've progress monitored to find out who needs to be in Tier 2, provided those other opportunities for them. Now we place students on in Tier 3, and these are the kinds of things that we do in Tier 3. I wanted to put a slide in to show you just how the Edison Learning resources are divided up. So a majority of what we provide is in the area of instruction, followed by support for leadership. So that's support for Principal Pitts and her leadership team. Our intellectual property, that would be our 5-strand design model, our core values, our teaching framework for teaching and learning, and those kinds of things. And yes, thank you, Brett. And our evaluate benchmark assessments. Professional development is the yellow 7% over there, and then the other is attendance and accounting and legal opinions and various other things that we do. The last 2 slides, you've seen this information before. I don't want to read all this to you, but it's just kind of it's a slide to show the additional things that we've added in more recent years as opposed to some of the things that were in our original design. And then those things broken out by our 5 strands. And I think that answers the questions that were brought to us before, and we are happy to answer any additional questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or discussion? Director Sherwood.
I have a question. You make a distinction saying that we're not comparing apples to apples because of ethnicity in the building, a higher percentage of African American and Latino students. My understanding of the research is that the gap that exists in Latino and African American student achievement, a great deal of that gap is attributable to socioeconomic status rather than ethnicity. And so once you control for that, the remaining gap among those groups is actually very small. So I'm not quite sure of what your point is, unless you think there's some inherent disability to being a member of those groups.
I absolutely do not. I am using the federal information about African American and Hispanic students. We could certainly break it out by socioeconomic status as well.
I think you'll find once you do that these gaps are much smaller just when we have ethnicity. That doesn't mean those gaps don't exist, and there are reasons for them, probably including persistent racism and things like that. But a great deal of these gaps are based on socioeconomic status, so that when another building has 100% free and reduced lunch, that building is really comparable to your building, whether the ethnicity is quite a bit different or not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any additional discussion? Director Crumwitty.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I appreciate all the information and the data that that you presented tonight, and the quick follow-up from the Committee of the Whole meeting. I want to talk a little bit about the high rate of mobility, and I believe I'm the one that brought that up, and what impact that has on the students. And you indicated that there are more students out than coming in. With that mobility and students leaving, have you followed up as to, do those kids go into other Davenport schools? And if so, what kind of issues are there once they transfer into other Davenport schools?
Let me try to answer the second part first, and I might ask Principal Pitts to help me with the first part. We did try to do longitudinal analysis of students as they left Jefferson and went into middle school, and we did find that the students still had performance issues. So that's something that we discussed in the subcommittees as we were preparing. The mobility of the students coming and going, do we know if they're moving mostly in district or out?
Good evening. You know, some students are going to other district schools. Some students are going across the river. Some students are going to Chicago, Indiana. They're going all over the place, depending on where families can relocate or need to go join other family members, depending on where the students are coming from. Just the same as students coming into our schools. We're getting kids outside of the state of Iowa. We're getting kids just across the river. We're getting kids from other Davenport schools as well. Do I know how well they're performing? No, I do not, sir.
Okay, so that has never been an issue that has come up from other schools, that Jefferson students coming into other buildings because they're changing curriculum and different types of instruction, that's not an issue at all? You've not had that?
Like a parent conversation, sir? Parent conversations?
Teacher conversation, principal conversation?
I just say, you know, on the parent side of things, there's pros and cons. They'll stress pros and cons, so there's positives and negatives depending on the parents. I think a lot of parents have appreciated, if they have attended our school, my short time there, they have appreciated our Success for All reading program, and they do appreciate our math program, especially the reading. I think they really have emphasized the reading program just because we group according to ability, and some of the other activities that we have within the Edison design. Do we see some students that come into our schools having some proficiency issues as well? Again, those positives and negatives. Some kids are coming in right on grade level, and others are not. And I've always stated, whatever student attends our school, they're our kids, and we're going to serve them to the best of our ability, no matter where they come from. So even we get a high mobility of kids coming from across the river. Of course, their curriculum is definitely different than what we're doing over here. So again, our students are our students, and we take ownership of those, and that's what we're supposed to do. We're here to serve our kids, no matter what type of curriculum we use. We're here to serve our children and their families as best as we can. And if a student is lagging behind, it is our responsibility to provide those interventions to help them improve on their achievement gap, or if they're already above achievement level, providing them some intensive that will continue to carry them on and grow above that achievement.
Your study committees that reviewed the entire all the programs. I think there were 5 different categories. And you had 2 of those groups, student achievement, which we're all concerned about, and also finance, which we're all concerned about. Both of those subcommittees indicated to us that, or indicated not just to us, but in the committee findings, that it was suggested that the contract not be renewed with Jefferson. And then the other subcommittee, which I was very interested in and asked some questions also about, and I haven't heard it yet tonight, and that had to do with the curriculum and the curriculum support and instruction committee that met said yes, they would support a renewal of the contract with modifications. And those modifications, if I remember, is the science curriculum is outdated, the social curriculum needs to be social studies curriculum needs to be brought up to date, and I believe it was the math curriculum that wasn't meeting the Iowa core standards. All those things needed to be brought up to date, and I had asked the question about, is that going to be possible to do before we renew a contract? How long would that take, and would the district have to pay additional dollars to do those sorts of things if curriculum was to be brought up to date? And I haven't heard any response about that tonight.
So the curriculum that we use for math is the everyday math curriculum. So the everyday math curriculum people will be updating that to the core. Similarly to the reading curriculum that you're using in the district, the people who write that will bring it up to core standards. So, and the social studies and science, it certainly can be done. What we would do is we would have to write a proposal to say this is what's covered, this is how much it will cost, and it would be a negotiation as contracts are.
So that could possibly be an increase to the cost of our district. Is that correct?
Trustee Crumwitty, I can't answer that question. I am a curriculum frontline person. I'm not the finance person, so I actually don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Thanks. That's all I have.
Additional discussion. Director DeFau.
Not a question, but rather a comment or reflection on this process and the time that we've spent reviewing data and curriculum and things of that nature. And this is really to the staff and the parents and Principal Pitts. And no other building in our district has endured the very public scrutiny that you've endured for the last several months as we're struggling with whether or not to renew the contract. And you know, you've conducted yourselves admirably, and I just want to recognize publicly that it's been an arduous process for you, and I think sometimes we forget that. And it's really not a question of instruction or capacity as much as it is, you know, outcomes and whether or not it's appropriate for us to continue in the contractual arrangement. So I just want to stress that and thank you for the time that you've spent advocating for your building and your students and your curriculum.
Thank you. Additional discussion. Director Kluhl.
Just to follow up on Director DeFau's comments, I've been to the school and I've seen the same thing. As you know, especially, it was really great to be in the classrooms. But I got to tell you, one of the things that left me most impressed was the passion of the business community when I walked into that meeting. And I don't know if you had that line up there. You had parents. I don't know if you had the business community on that, but I suspect that that's right up there as well. I enjoyed going through the classrooms. I was impressed with the number of male teachers in an elementary school, which I think is very important. A lot of good things going on. We have a a tendency here on the school board to talk about what if. And I was looking at the math and reading performance over time, and I looked at didn't the contract actually begin in 1999 with Edison? I was wondering why the graph starts in 2002. Yeah, right.
Dawn's graph.
That was the information. That was the information that we received from the district, so we used that information.
Did the test change?
There. Go ahead, Christy.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Is there something to be said?
No, did you have something?
No, that was just the information that we had.
Okay. I'm just curious because I know that when the board in 1999 basically threw up their hands and said, we aren't making it happen. I know that there was a big jump. And so what I'm looking at here, I don't know what happened in 2000 and 2001, but starting in 2002, we started at 36% in math. 2005, we jumped up. An amazing jump. I can't read it without my glasses, but it's big. Same with reading. And I don't know a lot about how these things work organizationally, but I suspect that whenever a new program comes to town, there's an initial surge. There's a lot of excitement. But my what if is, what if you'd been able to use that 2005 period as a baseline and moved up. But what we saw is, I think, what is a typical organizational dynamic, that after an initial rush, things tend to drop back down. I'm wondering, because a lot of what you're saying is really based on the fact that we started so low in 2002. I believe it was lower in 1999. So I think the gain is even more. But maybe you can tell me, and I know this preceded your time with the school, but was there some way to maintain that? Why did we lose so much in such a rapid amount of time after having made such tremendous gains? Because that would have been truly spectacular.
So
it's a tough question, I know.
Well, what I understand from research is that initially in the first year, there's actually generally an implementation dip. So I think that is what happened here as well. There was,
if we were to see that on the chart,
yeah,
that's
there was a
probably what we
performance
would see.
level, and then the usual implementation dip, and then there was that surge the next year, I think, that we don't have here. And there were some personnel changes in here over time, and Dr. White and I talked about, well, how do you represent that? And then we decided that this open forum was not the best place possibly to represent that. So that lines up with some of the changes that we see as well. So we thought that we just talk about the last 2 years, that Brett and Principal Pitts and Dr. White and I have been together, and we're going in a positive direction and hope to build on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Any additional discussion? Director Dickman.
I just wanted to say a quick thank you to the staff and the teachers who have come to speak about this. I think that your input is very valuable, and I really appreciate you taking your time to come make sure that your views are represented as part of this discussion.
Thank you. Anything else? Director Crumwoody.
I, too, want to thank all the teachers and the staff, and I think I mentioned this, so I know I mentioned it at the committee the whole meeting. I, too, have been over to Jefferson and visited and have been on a tour with Brett and Christine, and have been thoroughly impressed with the staff and the teachers and the leadership in the building. So I thank you for that. A question I have of our district is this, that if we were to discontinue the contract and assume the program, is it possible for us to do that curriculum-wise and to provide the professional development in time that we can bring all the staff up to par with what needs to be done in relation to all the other elementary schools in the district? Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? I have a couple questions. It says that Edison is a Delaware corporation. Are you actually located in Delaware?
The headquarters?
Yes.
The headquarters are in New Jersey.
And so you're registered in Delaware for other purposes than that's where you're located. Oh, okay.
I have no,
All
I'm a
right.
practitioner. I have no idea why we're
All right.
registered in Delaware.
How many other Edison schools are in the state of Iowa?
None.
How successful are you? Could you tell me the state that's most successful and how many Edison schools there are in that state? Or could you tell me how many total Edison schools there are in the country? Even approximate.
I think maybe our most successful school right now is Duluth, maybe? Duluth, Minnesota, and we have 2 schools there. And how many Edison schools in the country?
Well,
sure, go ahead.
I know just in the state of Hawaii, over the course of the last 3, 4, 5 years, they've increased from approximately 20, low 20 schools to close to 50. And they are quite successful in the state of Hawaii. And if you look at where the state of Hawaii performs nationally, they're generally ranked as one of the lower performing states, and our schools are performing quite well and have been recognized by the state as high performing schools. Like Laura said, the school in Duluth was just recognized as a national state award school. We have fairly good success in Las Vegas. We have seven schools in Las Vegas, again with similar demographics, a higher ELL population. And what this really comes down to is, and what we've been working on the last few years, is fidelity to the program. And so looking at implementing everyday mathematics, which is aligned to the Common Core, there are opportunities to make a better alignment to it, which we are working on with our teachers. And I just want to say that if any one of our teachers could get up here and stand and talk about the thinking that we aren't teaching to the Common Core in mathematics, that is not a truism. We are teaching to the Common Core. So I think when you look at fidelity and look at other states, it is quite successful.
Would you say you've been as successful here?
I think the last 2 years, there is, not that it matters how I feel, but I'm extremely proud of what the teachers and Ms. Pitts have done with the school. I think we have been quite successful. I think our numbers are really on the upswing, and I really look at what the teachers and Ms. Pitts have done. So yes, I think the last 3 years, I would say that we are becoming even more successful.
All right. Are there any other questions or discussion? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Superintendent Tate, Whitmire presentation.
Cheryl Goodwin is the president and CEO of Family Resources. Thank you, Cheryl, for being here.
Thank you for the opportunity, and I'd like to introduce a few other of our team members who will be presenting tonight as well. We have Kelly Yohe, who is the director of our student services. Mary Schmidt, vice president of programs. Dick Klein, Family Resources board member. And I'm going to let Kelly introduce our really special guest when it's her time to speak. We began this partnership with the Davenport schools about 15 years ago. And we started with 3 very small classrooms that originated because of a specialized population of our foster group care kids. Shortly thereafter, we began to educate almost all of our foster group care kids, which at that particular time was close to around 80 students, I would say. We experienced great success with the population, both academically and behaviorally. And because of that, the Davenport schools approached us and said, would you consider serving day students, community students, those who aren't living with you at the Whitmire Youth Center? And we accommodated that. It was probably one of our fastest growing programs, I would say, for about 8 years. And we're proud of the work that has been done. Because of the request from the Davenport schools over the years to continue to grow the program, we invested quite a lot in capacity building as an organization, both from a building renovation and expansion to expanding our expertise within our organizational culture. So it's been a privilege to serve these special students and their families. And we hope that the board will see fit to continue this really, really important relationship. And I'd like to go ahead and turn it over to Kelly Yohe now.
The purpose of our presentation is to affirm our commitment to our students and to recognize our expertise in meeting the needs of our students. We'd like to address the unique educational needs that we provide. At Whitmire Learning Center, we serve students in grades K through 12. Students are referred to us through the General Education Department or the Special Education Department, and are Level 3 students on Whitmire Learning Center. The students that are referred to us often struggle to experience success in the traditional school settings. They're survivors of trauma, adjudicated, whether it's a child in need of assistance or an adjudicated delinquent, and present with mental health diagnoses. Many come to us with social, emotional, and behavioral concerns and require medications to address the symptoms of these diagnoses. Family Resources toured the Walker School at the recommendation of the Davenport Community School District. I understand that some of you on the board were on the board at the time of that recommendation. At Whitmire Learning Center, we integrate the philosophies of our practice with the best service components of all family resource programs. We wrap them around the youth and our families and make school not just a learning environment, but a therapeutic learning environment. As a therapeutic learning environment, we see mistakes as opportunities. We seek to understand the behavior with an unmet need, and we teach healthy ways to deal with these behaviors. Family Resources has strongly embraced trauma-informed care since 2008. We've developed professional relationships with trauma-informed care experts and trainers across the United States. Trauma-informed care is a basic understanding of how trauma impacts an individual. As a trauma-informed care agency, we understand the vulnerabilities and the triggers of trauma survivors. We also seek to support and to avoid re-traumatization of the individuals. The essential program elements for Whitmire Learning Center are differentiated instruction. Approximately 70% of the students that were referred have an individual education plan. Under these plans, the students require a number of accommodations. We tailored their instruction to meet these accommodations. We offer project-based learning. We utilize Davenport Community School District's curriculum and offer electives in art and business. The photo on this screen was something that one of the art classes did. They projected the picture and painted the mural. We acknowledge student recognition and have activities for students. Our student-to-staff ratio is much smaller than what you would see in a traditional public school. Our student-to-staff ratio is 2.3 to 1. We train all of our staff in trauma-informed care. Trauma-informed care is a prevention and crisis intervention model. All of the staff are required to participate in a 4-day training. 3 days focus on communication, and a 4th day is on the physical component. Staff are required to pass a written, verbal, and physical exam. We have counseling department on board as well. We have a master's level counselor who's available to respond immediately to individual crises, whether they occur in the classroom, outside of the classroom, in the cafeteria area, or outside the building. All of our staff have also been trained in the ALICE training. Over the past 5 years, the Whitmire Learning Center has served 1,064 students. As you'll see on the screen, we've served a total of 18 elementary community students during the first term of this current academic year, 41 middle school and 46 high school community students. 88% of our community students are from the Davenport Community School District. We have served 10 middle school residential students and 45 high school residential students. To date, 9 students have successfully transitioned back to the Davenport schools this present school year. Tonight, I'd like to introduce to you Olivia Bassett. She is a Davenport student who has been living in a residential facility. She has successfully attended Whitmire Learning Center and is now a student at North High School. Olivia?
My name is Olivia Bassett. I am currently in 10th grade and have been a student at North High School since I completed the Whitmire Learning Center's program as of October 30th, 2013. I was at the WLC for about 1 year. When I was there, I learned how to avoid negative classmates and build healthy relationships. When I first started attending WLC, I was fighting, arguing, skipping class, disrespecting myself and others. I was also failing all my classes. On my behavioral sheets, I was only earning my stars for my behavioral goals 30% of the time. I then found a great support system with my staff and peers. I felt like others truly cared about me, so why shouldn't I? I was able to improve my behaviors to earn an average of 85% on my behavior sheets. In last quarter, I earned straight A's. When I got frustrated or upset, I could utilize my coping skill bag, which had healthy coping skills in it, which were a journal, crayons, coloring books, and more. The Whitmire Learning Center is a second chance to help students get their education and teach them how to have positive behaviors, which will help them get back to regular schools. As a student at North High School, I missed the Whitmire Learning Center because I had a great support system that helped me turn my negative behaviors into positive. I honestly think the Whitmire Learning Center is a great school for kids to have a second chance to get their education. I feel like the WLC should have the right to stay open because if you look at the kids' progress, it's great. Not only does WLC help us stay on the right track with our behaviors in school, it also makes us stay out of trouble with breaking the laws too. I had a great experience at the Whitmire Learning Center. It shows me and others I can be successful anywhere. As a past student, I feel like the WLC place is a non-judgmental place. My name is Olivia Bassett, and my life and some of my peers' lives would not be successful without having our experience at Whitmire Learning Center. We all stand together as a family. The Whitmire Learning Center helped me turn my camps into cans and my dreams into plans. Thank you for your time.
Well, my name's Dick Klein, and I'm retired from John Deere, and I've been on the Family Resources Board about 3 years. And I just want to say that the board has always shown strong support for the school. Part of it is evidenced by a recent $1.2 million investment in upgrading our gymnasium for the students. These unique population students are uniquely handled, I think, by Family Resources. You know, it's been a 15-year partnership between us, and frankly, the board is hoping that we'll continue this long-term partnership. It also amounts to about 20% of our budget, so it's a big piece of our operation. Mr. Johansson, I know, recently visited the school, and I would encourage the other board members, before you make a decision, to come and visit the school. I think it would be helpful as you make this difficult decision. Thank you. And now we're open for questions.
Are there any questions or comments? Dr. Sherwood.
Yes, I'd like to ask a young lady a question, if you don't mind, Olivia. And I'm trying to make this not too difficult. They spoke about how they have what they call wraparound services, which means that they support you in ways that are not just about school. Can you talk a little bit about the kind of support you got that wasn't school but supported you and your family in other ways?
Well, I'm in the Bridge House program, which is there on the Family Resources campus, and it supported me because I used to think that I would never be successful and get to where I'm at, but I have low self-esteem, and then they helped me boost my self-esteem up by supporting me with my family, by just saying you're going to be okay, you're going to do better, and just being there no matter what, not judging me. Just always being there. It's like a family to me there. I don't look at it as a bad place. I used to didn't like it there, but then I started to love it as I grew healthy support systems there and coping skills.
And you're still living at Bridge?
Yes.
And have your parents local here in town?
Yes.
And as a family, are you doing, is Whitmire working with your family and you, not just you, but your family on these sorts of things?
Yes, they are. We have family therapy and family BHES, behavior intervention services, and it helps fix problems that's going on at home. And it's not just for the treatment kids, it's for the community kids that go to school there too. They're willing to be able to use that to utilize it as a help support too.
Good. Thank you very much. Well done.
You're welcome.
Any additional discussion? Director Kluhl.
In fact, you should speak off script more often because you have a natural talent for speaking. It's very good, very clear, very clear. I had a question in regards to you said there was a master's level counselor available. Is that person on site or on call?
He's actually on site, and he's here this evening. Zach Ebner.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to add that in addition to that master's level counselor, next week we'll be bringing another person on board as a second master's level counselor.
So you've got a professional on staff for 40 hours a week, highly utilized, real time. I know that there's a lot of administrative work involved, but in terms of need, I'm just curious how much one-on-one time is actually called for by the counselor.
We have a great percentage, as I said, approximately 70% or more of our students that are IEP, Individual Education Plan students. Some of those students have written into their accommodations that they meet with the guidance counselor. So based on that accommodation, he's required to meet with those students one-on-one. In addition to that, he does meet with other students one-on-one, does group counseling, the mediation, facilitating conversations with staff.
Thank you.
We've recognized the need through the years, the importance of the counseling department and maintaining our reputation as a therapeutic school. So in an effort to meet the needs of the challenging students that we're currently working with, we have decided to bring on another master's level counselor.
Director Crumwitty.
Could you tell us how you work with the Area Education Agency and what supports that you depend upon from the agency to assist you? I'd also like to hear about your administration in your building and what kind of backgrounds that they have in working in your facility.
The AEAs provide supports to us. They have designated staff that are assigned to Whitmire Learning Center. We are offered a school psychologist, in addition to that, a school social worker. So they are provided to us on an as-needed basis. In terms of our leadership, this year we've gone to a new design. We have a director of curriculum and instruction, which is Miss Betty Long, the Director of Student Services, and I have been with the agency for over 9 years, working in a different capacity, both in the residential world as well as in the school side of things. I'm a graduate of the University of Iowa with the licensed Bachelor of Social Work. We also have a curriculum instruction specialist, Miss Lisa Ewing, our master's level counselor, and our administrative assistant. A new position to the school this year is a behavior management specialist. As we've grown through the years and seen a number of changes, so has the student body. The dynamics of the students that we have, and particularly this year, we're seeing a higher level of violence. And in an effort to deal with the challenging behaviors and meet the needs of the students, we recognized bringing a behavior management specialist on board to deal immediately with crisis and to lead our mobile and crisis teams.
Thank you.
Anything additional? Director Sherwood.
Yeah, just about left me. You guys, your entire staff is trained in therapeutic crisis intervention, which is a model that can be used either residential or non, as I remembered. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so I assume that's the physical part you're talking about with training, is restraint and de-escalation and that sort of thing?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what kind of psychiatric services are available? I know you have this guy, but are there any psychiatrists that directly support your program?
These students in our residential program are seen for psychiatric care through Vera French. There's a number of external resources that our community students access.
And do you have a relationship with Vera that you're developing your IEPs based on recommendations from these folks?
We do have a relationship with Vera French, not only in that sense, but also in a partnership for our trauma-informed care.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Well, I want to say, Olivia, you were incredibly candid. You were very articulate. You expressed yourself in an amazing way. And I have confidence that you can do anything that you want to do.
Thank you.
I think you've got a great base. So thank you for coming and making your foundation.
Thank you.
Okay. And I want to thank Cheryl and Dick and Kelly and Mary as well. Great presentation. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Move on to the superintendent recommendation on the Edison contract.
Thank you, Mr. President. The process that the Agenda Committee of the Board has selected is tonight for me to make a recommendation to the Board concerning the contract future of Edison, and then you would tentatively approve that or not approve it on the 25th at your next meeting. We have until the 1st of January to make that decision. We have to notify them by that time. No one knows what I'm going to say tonight because I have kept that just to me. I've talked to a lot of people. I've done a lot of reading and I've listened, but I didn't want anyone to hear my recommendation before you heard it. That's why I'm working from working papers and not a paper which would have to be public. I will put my thoughts and some of the things I'm going to talk about, especially as it refers to achievement, in writing for you, and I'll get that to you right away. First of all, I'd like to review. The whole point is that we're going to renew the contract. So I wanted to remind myself and also remind you what the contract says about our relationship. First of all, it's a 5-year contract, began with school year 9-10, and will go through the current school year. And as was pointed out tonight, the relationship actually began in August of 1999. It is a partnership. I understand there may be other relations such as a charter or perhaps just bought services, but we have a partnership. And it says, quote, Edison Learning is accountable to and subject to the supervision of the Board of Education. Edison Learning shall have power and authority to take such actions as may be necessary or desirable to properly and efficiently operate the partnership school on behalf of the Board. And further, Edison will, quote, provide partnership school with a complete education program based on Edison Learning's unique school design, comprehensive academic programs, and school management principles. Edison Learning will provide management and administrative services to operate its education program. By contract, Edison Learning is authorized to adopt rules, regulations, and procedures needed for day-to-day operations, of course complying with state, federal, local policies, labor agreements. To me, that's important. I wanted to know what do we do and what do they do, and essentially they've been hired by us by contract to run that school for us. The contract has performance criteria in Appendix E, and it says, because the purpose of a public school partnership is ultimately to promote student achievement, Edison is accountable to the district first and foremost for the progress of students in meeting challenging standards of learning. And there are 4 areas of evaluations which are mentioned in Appendix E: student achievement, school quality, annual assessment of progress, and accountability plan for teachers and principals. I want to focus on student achievement. They mention criteria for success for student achievement as using the ITBS and a DRP assessment. DRP is a degree of reading power, and I understand that's no longer in use. A measure of success is to look that there would be 10 normal curve equivalencies, that's a statistical term, over the life of the contract, which will also have reasonable progress each year. So you might say that an average of 2 NCE, and I'll explain that term a little bit later, per year over the contract. We've looked at a lot of reports on student achievement, and we've looked at demographics, free and reduced lunch, mobility of similar schools, in some cases dissimilar. When I think about all that data, I say to myself, none of that is compelling to me to indicate whether the contract should be continued or not, because you can make a case any way that you want to with those statistics. So I was more interested in the criteria for success, specifically the ITBS, which is nationally normed, and by the contract it says will show a gain of 10 normal curve equivalences at each grade level over a 5-year life. And it also says that student progress will be measured so that they, the students, should average at least 2 of the norm, the national norm equivalents each year. The NCE is a normal curve equivalent. We don't hear much about that, but what that essentially does is take raw scores from tests and convert us to what we're used to, and that's the bell curve, with 50 being a standard or average. So what that does is take things instead of percentiles, which you can't compare to year, and give you a number that you can say, this year we're here, next year we're here, and that's been our growth. Concentrating on the criteria for each grade to add 10 of the normal curve equivalents to scores over 5 years. I looked at those scores over 5 years, and for example, what that means is if a second grade, this is an example, in 2009 had an NCE score of 40, then the goal is 50 by year 2013. That's what we're looking at. So I looked at the grades 2, 3, 4, and 5 from 2009 and 2013 for math and reading. One of the grades had an increase of math of 9.7 NCE. That was the largest that we had. One grade in reading had an increase of 1 NCE, and all the others went down in the NCE. So that one wasn't met as far as every grade progressing about 2 NCE per year for a total of 10. But I also looked at the grade cohort. So you'd start, what about someone that started in the second grade and ended in the 5th grade? How did that look? Now realizing with the mobility, these are not the same students, but at least it's another fair way to look at the data. One of the cohorts went up 11.5 NCE, so that exceeded the expected 10. Another went up 2 NCE, and all the others went down. I also looked at the criteria for each student to average and advance at least 2 NCE per year for the 5 years, and that would give overall the total for each grade to be at least a 10 increase over the 5-year period. So I looked at the percent of students at the 2nd through the 5th grades in both math and reading. I put them all together who increase at least 2 NCE or more per year. Those averages range for the 5 years over those grades from 14% low to a 77% high in all grades. In reading, the average percent of students advancing 2 NCE and more per year was actually 40%, so I just added them all up to see what the average was. And in math, the average for all grades over the 5 years was 44%, advancing at least 2 NCE or more per year. So there's a lot of things we can look at in student achievement. Again, I went to the contract and see what it is we should be measured, and those are the 2 things that I looked at mostly. We talked finances last time, and it was stated that if we didn't have the Edison contract, we could say $697,900. Well, we need a lot more explanation. How did we get to that point? We started with, what if we were starting a new school with 427 students? What would we put there? We would use our class size formula, which we did. We would use 6.5 hours of para for each 150 students. We'd have a half a nurse, a full-time media. ESL would be used the same as there is in Jefferson right now. Special education, art, music, PE would still be there. We would have a full-time interventionist, as our other schools do, a half-time coach, and the same transportation, utilities, and they added supplies and materials. We also added a factor to indicate what if we have to replace curriculum, and they added about $470,000 for that possibility. We also added 5 days of professional development to answer your question about if we changed, how would we make this transition, and that is in fact what they're used to right now. We have the technology. We wouldn't have to add anything there. Title I would stay the same. Special education stay the same. And we even add some money for guest teachers and subs, which is normally handled at district level. Now, what's missing? If we started that school, what's missing from what Edison has right now? Missing would be a half-time nurse. Missing would be a full-time tech support liaison, a full-time attendance interventionist, a full-time writing specialist, and a full-time second grade teacher. It would be minus 3 paras working for a total of 23 hours per day. If we added all that back to our standard school, that would be $350,000. So the net is that if we took over the contract and we kept Edison at, well, I'll call hold harmless, at least for the number of positions, then we would probably have $350,000 for our budget. I've listened to employees talk about Edison. They were part of our group that we put together, our committee. I went over and talked to the staff at the school. I've had face-to-face discussions with other staff who have asked to see me, and I've had emails. People who are against this will not come forward in public, I can tell you that. But there are people with mixed feelings about whether we should continue the contract or not. So I wouldn't say it's overwhelming one way or the other. But even those who stand on one side of the fence at least are able to say, you know, the good points of having the contract and some of the challenges of having the contract. Many people have only known Edison. It's pretty interesting. They don't have a point of comparison. And it's really been there so long, it's hard to determine, I think, if you're inside, to determine what it might be like to be outside of the Edison contract. As I was talking in the meeting with the staff, I'd first started to say, give me some facts and figures and thoughts, and then I had to change to, what are your fears? Because I was feeling fears within the room, and one of it is they like their curriculum and they're afraid their curriculum will change. Another is that they just don't understand the relationship of this partnership and what is the district supposed to be doing, and have we let them down by not being there more. I have talked to a lot of people, and again, I would need to talk more to try. My question is, what can you identify that Edison is giving you that you could not get if the district was there? And quite frankly, Brett is one of them. So Brett, you've made quite an impression on the school, and they value him being there and helping them out. And again, there is genuine confusion about what the district right now is supposed to be doing, and many people said, we want you to be there more, and I said, but you know what that would mean? And I started telling them the pile-on things we do in other schools and realized they can't do it all. They've either got to be an Edison school or they have to be a district school. District employees, because I talk to them, we're confused about the partnership. You know, how much should we do? These are our students. These are our employees. That is our school, and we want to be there helping them. But at the same token, we don't overburden the principal. And I've had to tell the executive director, you know, if Christy wants to participate, absolutely. But we're not going to put more requirements on her. That's Edison's responsibility to do that. So especially the curriculum specialists are wondering, you know, how much can they go in, how much can they do, because they don't want to put undue pressure, but at the same token, they don't want to make them feel like they're just hanging out there. I have asked, you know, can we take this over? Can we do the curriculum? And there's a very positive feeling within the district staff that we can handle it. Curriculum. They do like the curriculum. Everyday math seems to be very popular, and it seems to be working. We are going to be looking at a math program in 15-16 for the district. So if they kept that program, who knows, that may be one that we would use because we have a test bed and say that's what we want to use for the district. But we will be choosing a new math program in 15-16. The Reading Success for All seems to be very popular. Our next reading program is coming up in 17-18, and it would not be unusual for us to have a school that's using a different reading program. We have two right now using a different reading program. The Wilson program, again, great for intervention, and if that's something which, these are things we can also do as a district. What are the options I looked at? A 5-year renewal without any changes. We could do a 5-year contract, but with other provisions and negotiate with them. I mean, they would have to agree to them. Less than 5 years with provisions negotiated. A revised relationship, maybe ask them to do different things that they're doing for us right now, or just do not continue the contract. Some of my thoughts as I reflect on all this. I was told in my first life that the success of missions or operations has to do with unity of command. Got to be one boss, one direction, and one program. And I fervently believe in that. I think it's very, very hard to serve two masters or two entities. Those students and that community deserve, I keep using the word, a Herculean effort to lead them to success. It's got to be focused, it's got to be intense, it's got to be relentless. The students and parents are ours, and we can't be relieved of that responsibility, no matter how many contracts we sign, how much we pay people. They are a responsibility. Again, something I was always taught, responsibility comes with authority. If you've got that responsibility, you need the authority to make those changes and the ability to take the blame in case something happens. The leaders and I speak for them, want the responsibility of bringing this school back into the fold. We want it to be our school. You don't enter an agreement like this, I wouldn't thinking this is forever, that we're never going to want this school back. To me, the purpose of partnership schools and charter schools I've been taught is you put them out there, they do great, you learn from them, and you say thank you, and you send them on, and you take it back, and you do it within your own resources. And that's the way I look at Edison right now. I appreciate what Edison has done. I wasn't here in the beginning, and I'm sure there must have been grave reasons why the board decided to do that. But here are the recommendations I will formally make to you next week. And before I make them, I want to say anybody who wants to make comments to the board, email, personal, letter, they listen, they read every single one of them. They are very, very important. So I just want to make that point, as well as public forums at board meetings. My recommendation is that the Edison contract not be renewed next year. I recommend further that in principle for school year 14-15, no changes in finance to be made to support the current positions at the school. The reading and math curriculum and the use of foundations, for example, remain in place until the district decides on new math and the reading curriculum. That January through June of this year be used for the school staff in the district to determine what the school will look like next year and to entertain any changes and reforms that the school would like to make. January through June to be used for professional development to transition from Edison to our school system, and that we would use the savings of $350,000 to offset some of our budget deficits. So that will be my recommendation to you next week or 2 weeks from now, and as I said, I will now put this in writing and get it out to you so you have for your consideration. We could not for the principal. They are very good to their principals, and that's a great thing. So I can just tell you we would not be able to replicate that much professional development. This is an opportunity You could. Remember, I suggested restoring $350,000 above what we would normally use. And I want to remind you that we've got two of our lowest performing schools that are in district wraparound right now. They have more resources. They have more people. They've been allowed to step out of the box. They're doing different things in scheduling. That's Monroe and J.B. Young. I want to bring them in so they can explain that to you. But I firmly believe that, absolutely, we have to do a wraparound for Jefferson. They need to take some ownership. We need to sit down, with, as we did Monroe and J.B. Young, and say, what do you think needs to be done? What are the next steps? And then support it. And we've done that for Monroe and J.B. Young also. Absolutely, I agree with you. You bet.
Anything else? All right. Well, thank you very much for that recommendation. Move on to the superintendent recommendation on bonding.
We've had two discussions about bonding, and the last time we provided you a suggestion and plan for a 2-year, $10 million each year bond. We're going to come back with a firm recommendation on the 25th again, but what I'm bringing back this time are the list of projects which we're recommending being those 2 years of bonding. So the larger white sheet is how we would move up primarily structural purchases. Last time we discussed about technology because we had both expendables and durables or structure in the technology, and we've had a long discussion, and we have actually moved off the disposables from that because I think you gave us wise counsel that that's probably not something you want to do in something that lasts longer than 3 years. So the master technology plan, the upper part before it gets to district infrastructure, are things that Gary Sloat is working with the advisory committee, and we've got to do a lot of work. And as pointed out before, we've got a lot of thoughts about what our Chromebooks and desktops and so forth should look like. But I don't think there's a lot of discussion about the wiring that we need in our building. So what we've kept in the bond itself is the infrastructure, the wiring that we'll need to get that done in all of our schools. So this is very similar to what you saw last time. I'm bringing it again to see questions, thoughts, other things you want us to research before we come back to you with a firm recommendation again for a 2-year, $10 million each bond proposal.
Any questions for the superintendent? Director Snyder.
Does the, where we did leave in the technology for the network infrastructure, does that include, is the added bandwidth still included in with that?
Got my expert here, so we can just question him away. Question is that added bandwidth?
Hi. Our current plan is to double bandwidth every year until we get to 1.6 gigabytes, which is the rule of thumb right now, saying you should have a meg per student. So we've got that planned out, and that is mostly funded through E-rate. We're on almost an 80% discount level for that. It has been factored into my existing budget to cover that aspect, but again, a lot of this information is pushed out with the idea that there aren't going to be a lot of changes in the next 3 to 4 years, and so that's what my estimations are based on.
So the bandwidth is covered, though. That's my concern.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Anything else? Director DeFau.
So you're looking at this as a combo package, for lack of a better word, that if we would approve the bonding initiative, then we would be, in fact, approving the projects on this list as a portion of that bonding?
In principle, as is pointed out, you can move in and out as long as we follow the normal process for putting packages together and plans and architect. But that, yes, so essentially the first blush, but again, if something happens out there and we need to move it in, you can do that.
And I just have to state what probably people will think is my obvious, that, you know, as we're spending $26 million on a central pool and auditorium, there's another almost $2 million in other projects slated here in terms of the ProStart modification and the central locker room renovations. We have many other buildings in our district that haven't been touched in years, and I would like to see a more equitable distribution of resources as we're looking at local option sales tax projects.
Director Sherwood.
Yeah, and the purpose of doing this bonding was twofold. Was one, to speed up or move forward things that we could do, and the second was to save money on the savings over the inflationary factor over those years would otherwise take us to do this. I'm assuming, and you and I talked about technology on the phone about how most of it devalues over time, and so you're not saving much money there. But on this hardwiring and this sort of thing, this is more like you said, about a 10-year thing, so we would see some savings there. And this kind of thing might actually increase in cost over time, the kind of thing we're talking about here.
I believe it would be. We're talking about new infrastructure in terms of wiring.
Right.
A new standard for wiring includes power over Ethernet. So instead of powering the units at the other end of the wires through an additional circuit, traditional electrical circuit, we're actually pushing the power over these new wires that we're running. This has ramifications for our surveillance projects. This has ramifications for different types of monitors that we can hang on the wall that would be run from the power that's pushed over this new cabling. And cabling has a pretty good lifespan. Construction does terrible things to wiring.
Sure.
But short of that, we should be able to get a good run out of this.
And your intention is to push the wires for this and the cameras at the same time to save.
Yeah, we're hoping to
installation.
leverage the fact that we'll only have the ceilings open at one time, and we'll be able to get that same labor to pull dual-purpose cables.
Yeah, this looks much better to me than the previous incarnation. Thank you.
Anything else? Director Kluhl.
Well, as much as I hated to see the one-to-one technology taken out, I think it was the right thing to do because of the likelihood that by the time the bond is paid, the technology would be out of date. Makes sense. But at the same time, I know the Technology Committee is working on one-to-one technology and preparing a recommendation for the board. Is there momentum in one direction or another with the committee in terms of one-to-one?
I think I'm seeing that in the conversations that we're having. We've had several schools report back on what they're doing with Google Apps for Education and the use of the Chromebooks, and they're seeing that as a real positive. Student engagement is being heralded as an incredible return with our students on this. So I would say that we are getting a very positive feedback from the schools, from the committee, in terms of this is the right direction to go. We see a lot of our peer schools going in this type of direction to get these kinds of technologies in front of our students, and we feel the time is just about right for us.
Excellent. I appreciate the committee's work on that and look forward to your recommendation to the board.
Anything else? I've got a couple of questions. The bandwidth, where are you right now?
We're at 400 meg, which it's an aggregation process. When we talk about scalability, you always run into your next bottleneck. No matter where you build out, you're going to find your next bottleneck at some point. Previously, it had been at our school buildings themselves because we were only able to maintain about 15 meg per school at the elementary level, all the way up to 45 to 50 meg at the high schools. With this last round of E-rate funding, we applied for and got a new contract with them, so we were able to bring all of our buildings up to 100 meg. So the communication between our buildings and the central office and each other is at 100 meg, and we aggregate that, and we're at about 3.2 gig for that. So that's a lot of bandwidth. We aggregate that together, and then we have a pipe that goes to the internet, which is 400 meg. Currently, we have not surpassed that 400 meg. We've only been banging it around 280, 300 meg at peak times. All right. As we get more mobile devices and their drain and need for the bandwidth, we may see ourselves getting closer to that 400 meg. But the idea is to get just as much as you need without overextending yourself so that you can utilize that. So as we aggregate this larger 32 buildings at 100 meg apiece into an aggregate structure, we're still able to serve that with the 400 meg. Now next year we're planning to double to 800 meg, and the year after that to 1.6. And as we roll in more individual devices, more one-to-one, and start fleshing out that capacity, along with what we expect from bring your own device opportunities, we think that's probably the proper path for us to take. Things tend to move exponentially in our world, and so we're trying to make sure we've got everything planned out so that we can meet that expectation. We're keeping the AEA informed of that. They're our service provider for all intents and purposes. We also have a secondary pipe to keep us up and running in the event that something happens to our primary pipe. We experienced a slowdown, and we were very happy that we had that redundancy in our system so that we didn't come to the same kind of a screeching halt that a lot of our neighborhood schools, I should say, neighboring schools came to. So we've buoyed that up, and we've actually had a failover test on that wasn't a planned test. It just we had a 5-minute outage, and everything switched over and then switched back, and there was no notice to any of the users. So really kind of proud of that. My guys are doing some great work for us. But yes, we should have adequate bandwidth to serve the needs that we have.
When I look at the master technology plan, and some of it I don't quite understand, but when I think about who uses technology, and I'm guessing it's almost everybody, it's all of our, or most of our employees, most of our students. And when you look at all this, how do you think about all that? I mean, are you applying resources? Are we being more efficient, for instance, in our administration because of technology? We seem here, of course, we focus on the students, but I'm not sure where you are.
Well, I can tell you that we've seen a lot of really neat things happen because of the technology from an efficiency standpoint. We're working on several other systems right now, our HR system, our finance system, payroll systems, accounting systems. All of these systems also use those same pipes, and a lot of our service providers are not local. We are going out. It's a model where your server exists in another place. It's a hosted solution. And those are efficient for us in many cases. It's not always the case. Our primary focus here is education, and so we need to keep a lot of that localized so that we can be more effective and efficient in delivery of the content and that sort of thing. But a lot of the systems run over those same pipes. It's not like a dichotomy at all. It's all the same pipes. Everything's running through the network system to get all those things done. And when you consider the amount of information that we're translating and saving and communicating with, emails, we're doing 5-6 million emails in a 6-7 month period. Not all that's internal, but a great deal of it is, and there's efficiencies to be gained there, and the ability to go out and get the information that you're after versus having to wait for it to be compiled by somebody else and bring back to you. Those efficiencies are happening. Our campus system, which maintains data for all of our students, that's at the fingertips of all of our teachers, so they can immediately reach into that data set and find out just what's going on with Johnny or just what's going on with Susie. So those efficiencies, they're hard to measure, but they have real impact on the kind of education that we deliver in the district.
Thank you. Any Director Snyder?
While you're up there, where are we at as a district with providing all of our buildings or setting them up wireless?
We have every building has hotspots in it. So no matter where you go in our district, you can usually find wireless in our libraries, our cafeterias, and our offices. We have 11 buildings, including our high schools, 2 intermediates, and 7 elementaries, I believe. That doesn't add up, right? But we have all of our high schools. It's a moving target. We keep adding. So 11 buildings are systemically wireless with high-density wireless, which means you can have 25 computers in each classroom in that building, and they can all get adequate access to the internet in that through the wireless connection. That's a new standard. There is always the next standard. Ultra density is what some people are proposing. We kind of have to balance, is high density going to be adequate for us in the lifetime of our given wireless access points versus the amount of machinery that we have to put on them. And so we're always playing that balancing and just enough and just in time, making sure we've got what we need to do. Good job.
Anything else? Any other questions or discussion on the recommendation on bonding? All right, thank you very much. We'll move on to green design. I've asked Director Sherwood to open up this discussion. He's the one that requested that it be an agenda item. So, Director Sherwood, would you open that discussion up?
Thank you, Mr. President. Somehow it seems that every time I'm opening the discussion, it's at midnight, and we've been here for 400 hours. But I'm not feeling a little picked on or anything. But one of these days, maybe it could be at the front of the discussion list. It currently is the fact that climate change and carbon pollution is the preeminent issue facing humanity worldwide. As we speak, the nations of the world are gathered in Warsaw, Poland, once again trying to come to some kind of significant agreements on how to address climate change. This is an issue that will directly affect the economics of Iowa. It will affect the health and well-being of every student that we have, and it is one that is almost universally agreed upon by climate scientists as being something caused by human beings, and that human beings alone are capable of intervening in this. With that in mind, we have two issues as far as I'm concerned with the school district. One is that we have a economic responsibility to the district to do things in as sustainable and economic fashion as possible when it comes to energy use. And the district over the last 10 years has done a pretty impressive job of trying to do that, trying to do conservation and those sorts of things. But I don't think that same philosophy of trying to reduce our carbon footprint and our cost at the same time is carried through necessarily to our design of new structures and additions and so forth. Central, I think, is the Central Pool and Auditorium, I think, is an example of that. I think there was much, much more that the architects could have been challenged to do for that building, including photovoltaics, passive solar, a hot water solar system, lots of things that could have been added, which may have increased the cost up front, but over time would have been paid back, and more importantly, would have been an example to the community and to the state of the kinds of things that we have to do to be able to accommodate a changing planet. I'll pass this around. There are a number of districts around the state right now who are installing wind turbines in their districts. And that's a report put together by the Iowa Policy Project on those schools that have been doing that. And a lot of them are high schools and of course, colleges and so forth. A wind turbine in our district would have multi-purposes. One is that we would be producing our own energy and being able to sell excess energy back to the utility companies. And again, the payback on this isn't too bad, depending on our wind speed here, and I haven't looked into that. But it also says to our students that the future is going to be, technologically, going to be focused on these kinds of technologies that are going to support alternative energies. Right now, Scott, I think, has a program in alternative energy, and I know there are a couple of other schools in Iowa, but it is going to be the great job creator of the rest of this century and the next century. And we would do our students a huge favor by looking at all these kinds of things and looking at it as a vocational thing, a science thing, and doing the morally right thing for the community. So, being tired, and go ahead. That's all I've got.
Okay, thank you. Is there additional discussion? Director Dickman.
I'd like to add that I think that these kind of, like right now we're paying for our utilities out of the general fund, if I understand correctly. And if we do things like geothermal heating or solar panels or wind turbines, things like that, that's something that we could be using infrastructure dollars on, and that then we would reap the savings back into the general fund. So we would not only be following green principles, but we would be solving our budgetary woes.
Additional discussion. Director Kluhl.
Historian for the board. Real proud of what the district has done with its local option sales tax dollars in terms of geothermal heating and air conditioning systems. I don't know where we stand with the rest of the state of Iowa, but the board made a decision that we wanted to invest in that technology to be smart, environmentally, to be a role model to our students and to the rest of the state. Interestingly enough, and I appreciate your stand on it, and I hope that we always look at these issues and that you will bring those up as well as us when the opportunity presents itself. But interestingly enough, the board at one time considered, I believe, a wind power generator out at West High School, but there were concerns by the board about safety. We did consider it at one time. Times have changed. Board has changed. Next time that comes up as an opportunity, perhaps we'll look at it more favorably. A little history.
Anything else? Director DeFau.
And I honestly think at least the wind turbine concept is one that may be worth exploring. I do know, though, I think my family was actually having a conversation at one point about wind turbines, and it's about $2 million plus, a little more than $2 million for one. But I do think Director Dickman has a good point that, you know, being able to construct that type of project and then defer costs from general fund is worth, at least exploring what options may or may not be. So.
Anything else? Director Sherwood.
Yeah, I have an issue, ongoing things. When we talk about these sorts of things, then they just kind of evaporate into the ether, and we don't talk about them again. I think there should be a comprehensive policy on alternative energy that this board should develop that should guide the decision making for this district into the future, including requiring things like electric charging stations at our stadium and all of our school parking lots and those sorts of things. I think that there should be an effort by this board, and I don't know how we take the next step, to have a study group or a district-wide committee that would recommend a comprehensive policy to this board so that this just doesn't disappear. Ladies and gentlemen, it's hard to overstate the almost crisis nature of this problem. And even though our leadership in D.C. and at the state level seems to ignore it handily, this is something that is going to absolutely impact every person sitting here, and already has. The earth has changed. It's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. And either we accept the responsibility as elected leaders to address that issue, or as far as I'm concerned, that's just about tantamount to malpractice on our part if we don't.
Anything else? Director Crumwoody.
Yes, just a comment. First of all, I would like a copy of this report that you.
It's 30 pages. I'm going to print it all out at home. So.
I just think it would be helpful for us to go through this.
To all of you folks. Yeah.
Because as I quickly glanced through this bill, and there's a chart here, Iowa schools that have installed or considered wind turbines, and it's all in the northern part of the state.
Well, again, wind may be an issue.
Yeah, and so I think those are kinds of discussions, and I like your idea of perhaps having a group.
Illinois installed one, so we're right across the river.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks.
Anything else? Director Dickman.
Just just addressing Director Sherwood's concern about this falling to the wayside and everybody just saying, oh, that's a great idea, and then everyone forgets. Possibly we want to consider scheduling a discussion or to bring this topic up again in a month or so and see if we have made any progress or anything of that nature.
I'm not exactly sure how that would happen. You might request it on a board request. Yeah, I think that things like this do fall out unless we establish a policy. And I can imagine the difficulty trying to express a policy like that, but I think that whether it's in the policy committee or we bring it up through the agenda committee, we'll consider that as something that should be considered anyway. Any other discussion on green design? Director DeFau.
Just an observation that while I agree with Director Dickman, a month is a rather ambitious given that we have the holidays and other things on our agenda, so much more
rough
reasonable
time frame.
to look at the spring.
Okay, thank you. Boy, we're doing good. We'll be out of here before 10.
We're not finished.
I'd like to ask Director DeFau, do you want to do policy review?
Well, I think that we should at least do two of the policies in that I know that our media specialists have been here since 6 this evening, and I believe there are probably two policies they're interested in. So at the very least, I think we need to do those. But as you said, given we have 28 minutes until 10 o'clock, we should probably go for it. So just walk through one by one. These are policies that were up for discussion at the last policy committee meeting. 60201 is program goals and objectives. And you'll recall that we had a conversation about this earlier this month. And at the time there was conversation as to a 5-year curriculum revision plan and a 10-year textbook adoption plan. And there was a disconnect, and we asked Julie to come in and spend some time with us, and then she came to the policy committee as well. And our conversation ran the gamut from, should we move up textbook adoption to 5? Should we move this back to 10, which you'll see is reflected as a recommendation? Should we have a cycle at all? Should we just make it a more organic process? And, this is where we landed as a committee. I think, not speaking for Julie, she's not here tonight. If I misrepresent, please correct me. But in our conversation, she feared that eliminating a timeline at all would perhaps even negatively impact her ability to adopt make recommendations for curriculum revision and textbook adoptions. She'd rather see a number in there because it provides some accountability and some structure to the process. You will see that we did the reference to adjusting the cycle accordingly is that, as new curriculum's being introduced, perhaps we do need to accelerate that textbook adoption cycle or vice versa. So, the intention of that language is to accommodate that. One thing we did speak about, and it's probably an issue for another day, and there's a line above, and I shirked my duty and didn't talk to Dr. Tate yet, but part of the replacement of lost textbooks falls to Julie's department. She said that takes up an enormous amount of resources that could be spent on new textbook adoption as opposed to replacement of lost textbooks that we currently can't account for. And so she'd like us to think a little bit creatively about if there was a way to shift that burden from her department. Would you agree that that was the correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And the other piece that we talked about was that her budget's essentially been the same for the last 10 years. It hasn't increased. And, of course, costs have increased, and this lost book issue is a big issue, because it was our sense, and I think maybe Julie's sense too, that we're not doing everything we can to stop that loss, and that a separate line item might also cause that to be more under scrutiny, so that we begin to see what those real numbers are. They're not buried someplace else, but we see what we're losing every year by these lost textbooks. And I can tell you from my personal experience, it's big and it's expensive, so I had a lot of sympathy for that, and I also wonder whether or not we should be visiting that number that's been fixed for her for so long on textbook adoptions. But I think that's about it. Yeah.
Certainly, as always, appreciate the policy committee's work on this issue. I know that we did talk a little bit during our goal setting sessions about policy governance, and there doesn't seem to be any administrative regulation for this policy, and I want to help administration out where we can, but this just seems to me to be something that administration should be responsible for. When we start talking about the board being responsible for deciding how many years a textbook should be in place, I think that we're misusing the talents and time of a board that's designed to be visionary and policy-based. So that's not a new comment for the policy committee from me. It's just a reminder that I think we're tracking the wrong direction and trying to be more specific in terms of administrative control.
And right. Sure. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but the fact is that because this figure has been the same over time, over 10 years, the figure is what's been dictating replacement time on textbooks, not what is best for instruction. It's this amount of money has been dictated. So, and evenly spread over the various curricula, that's what's been dictating how many years it's been. It's not the board, it's not the administration, it's that amount of money. And so by pulling out the lost books, for instance, that will give her more flexibility. And what we added here in this red material here is that specifically for what you're talking about. Not all curricula need to be replaced at the same time. Not everything 10 years. If I'm dealing with social studies, that changes very little over time. So those can afford to go 10 years if you can stand the rough-looking books after 10 years. But something in the sciences, for instance, or technology, if we have a textbook in that area, that may be out of date in 2 or 3 years. And so those things, Julie needs the flexibility to be able to make those choices on when to replace. But as it currently stands, because of this set figure, she's just got a schedule of 10 years for everything. And although she did say some things go further than 10 years and are held longer, and I don't know if you've seen what a textbook looks like after 10 years of student use, but it's not a pretty sight. So anyway, that's kind of where that is.
What I would hope is that at some point our directors come forward with the requirements they need to provide the education that this board decides that our students deserve. Several years ago, we brought up the point, I think it was myself, perhaps Director Tupper, that come forward with, the board has set the vision, the board has set the goals of this district. Don't limit yourselves as directors to what you think the board will approve. Tell us what you need to make what the board has decided in terms of governance that we need for this district, please.
And I agree with you, and that's what Julie did, because if it were me, I would not have stipulated the 10 years. I probably would have advocated for a lesser cycle. But in conversation, we said, what do you need from us? And that's what she told us. So that's what we're trying to honor that.
I appreciate that.
Anything else? Okay. So moving on to 60403, the use of information resources. And the only changes that are being recommended for this policy is that we correct an oversight on our part. In the last two paragraphs, there were options as to who would assume responsibility for certain actions related to this policy. And so there's principal or teacher, librarian, or, and it says choose all that apply. And so that it was recommended to us that we change that first edit in the last paragraph of to teacher librarian. So it would, and this is relevant to copyright law and whether or not it's permissible to copy information. So any employee or student uncertain as to whether reproducing or using copyright materials complies should contact a teacher librarian. And in the last paragraph, it's the responsibility of the superintendent to develop administrative regs, and we didn't want to specify who should be responsible for creating those regs, so we just added all necessary parties, and I do believe there's a "the" prior to what's stricken that needs to be removed. This is a policy that's mandatory and is based upon federal law, and I believe originally came to us from the IASB, so I think we're fairly limited in our ability to modify it beyond the correction. Any comments?
We did have a question about whether or not the district staff is routinely informed about this policy and whether or not it's in the employee handbook and whether or not they sign off on this, because this is fairly important stuff. I think most teachers are aware of copyright requirements and so forth, but I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure that that caution is provided with especially every new employee, but routinely with the entire staff as well, especially since it is a mandatory policy. And so I think we actually had an information request on that, didn't we?
We did submit a couple information requests
I think we did submit one on that, so we haven't responded. We got a response to that yet.
Anything else? Moving on to 50409, cell phones and electronic devices. This is a beginning of conversation, I guess. This is put forward by the committee based upon the months of conversations that we've had, the back and forth dialogue with administrators and students and faculty and amongst ourselves. And I did take responsibility to create the draft. I tried to make it more permissive language so people were more clear on what is allowed as opposed to what isn't. I felt like there was some, and the committee felt like there was some lack of clarity in terms of prohibited use of electronic devices, and if a teacher had to ask permission to allow the use of electronic devices in the classroom for instructional purposes. I think our intent was clearly to allow it, but the language wasn't clear. So there's some effort there to clean up that ambiguity. You will note on bullet 2, high school students are allowed to use cell phones or electronic devices during their designated lunch period, which is some but not all of what we've been asked to consider. Passing time has also been broached by the administration in particular and the high school principals. And there is no consensus on the policy committee as to whether or not that should be allowed. So again, this is brought to you for discussion as a starting point. I do think we need to give it to our student board members and give them the opportunity to take it back to the buildings. Anything else?
I agree. I think that's a great idea to take it back to let our school board members disseminate this amongst their peers and talk about it. And I appreciate the efforts to move this policy into the 21st century. I don't think you're all the way there yet, but it's a move in the right direction.
Yeah, and just to restate what Nikki essentially said, is this was meant because we didn't agree on the policy committee about I was for the extending it to the passing times, and but we wanted to get it before the group because we'd like to see this move forward. And so whatever it is, I would just remind you that as you think about this, that if you look at the surrounding district policies, I think almost every one of them includes passing time in their policies, and that is the request by the high school administrators that passing time be included in the policy as well. So although this is a starting point, I don't want it to skew your thinking that this is the ending point as well.
And I do appreciate the work that Mary did to pull together that information from the other districts. Good to have some comparability.
Anything else? I noticed that study hall times are not directly addressed in the policy, and I was wondering if that was something that we wanted to address specifically.
We don't have study hall.
Oh, no, never mind.
But if we did.
So that's why. Anything else? Moving on to 502.16, administration of medication to students. This is brought to us by our head nurse, and with a moderate change to the last paragraph, replacing asthma by law students with allergic reactions as opposed to asthma or other airway constricting diseases which would apply to asthma may self-administer medication. And then the addition of the sentence, trained transportation employees may administer student-provided medication in the case of an emergency when students or other school personnel are unable and with prior written permission of the parent guardian. With that addition, we asked Dr. Tate to inquire of Durham whether or not the bus drivers are trained in the administration of EpiPen medication, and they are in fact trained by our own nursing staff. So, that was one thing that we wanted to make sure of before we brought it forward.
Yeah. And then that, to me, is a life and death kind of piece that we need to have, and our staff needs to stay on top of that to make sure that training is current, that their subs are trained, and where practical under HIPAA, that we share information with these bus drivers on critical needs of the kids they're transporting.
Anything else? Moving to 60216, student home construction / remodeling program. This is one of those policies where it seemed to us somewhat unnecessary. I mean, we do not approve the student home construction program on an annual basis. It is really part of the curriculum. And so our suggestion is to delete this policy. I mean, we are annually informed of when the student home construction project is finished and the opportunity to go tour it, and the collaboration that exists with our local building trades community and our schools to provide this very important program, but it didn't seem to warrant a policy.
I would agree. I don't think it needs to be a policy, but I don't remember having many discussions about this, the home construction remodeling program in the high schools. I have tried almost every year to go and visit that project. That project is not only Davenport schools, it's made up, I believe, of 3 schools this year.
Mm-hmm.
And I would hope that the administration would bring that forward, because I think that's one of the greatest projects that we have going in this district, and we hardly ever talk about it. So I agree it should not be a policy, but I would hope that we talk about this as one of our strong projects.
Just to add to that, when Director Crumwoody and I were doing the visioning process so many years ago, one of the issues that the trade unions brought up in our discussion with them about the vision is that this is an underutilized program that they offer for our students. So I agree. I would like to see what's going on and if we can support this somehow. Very useful program. Was out at Kimberly Center when they were sending off a crew of their home remodeling crew, and they were all very invested, very excited about the program, but we don't. I would like to hear about it.
And it does, it transforms some of those kids. They also like that they get a big foot-long Subway sandwich every time they go out, which they like a lot. But the guys that run it are excellent. The kids really do buy in and gain a lot of skills. It's very impressive stuff. And this isn't to say that we don't honor all that, but it's just that we don't need a policy. And I think we have had one presentation, at least since I've been on the board on this thing. But it'd be nice to see more and to be able to promote it. Yeah.
Moving to 602.20, United States flag, and I actually think that there was a recommended change in this policy. I believe that we're going to remove the first sentence, and I would look to Director Johansson and Director Schwartz.
I believe that's correct.
Feedback. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so we are bringing this forward for discussion, striking the first sentence. Because we were uncertain as to whether in fact there was instructional programming with respect to how to treat the flag and properly display it in our. Anything else? Okay. And I see again that I failed in another duty. In 602.22, programs for at-risk students. Mr. Scott reviewed this. There's a recommended change in item 7, which is implement strategies that ensure students grades 6 through 8 who fail one or more core courses make up those deficiencies. And prior to this, there was a clause before advancing to the next grade level in a subject area. And Mr. Scott is recommending that sentence be stricken, or that part of the sentence be stricken, and so we would be interested in.
It was the feeling of the middle school principals that would imply that students were held back, that they would repeat the course at the end of the school year. They do progress into the next school year. They still go after those deficiencies in the next grade year, but it's not before they advance to the next grade level.
Okay, so can you assure us that there is a plan in place if they're matriculating, especially from 8th to 9th grade, that if they've been deficient in a core course, that remediation occurs?
I cannot assure you of that is not the case. As my experience as a high school principal, that those students that are failing the courses, there are kids placed in Read 180 or Literacy Lab. There are kids that have some modifications to their schedule, but I cannot say that every kid that is, for example, I would say a language arts 8th grade course has been making up those deficiencies before they enter an English 9 course, or an English, it's called English 1 now, at the high school level.
They have or have not?
I would say they have not before they would enter that English 1 course at the high school level. Some of that, I'm sure, is past practices. There was some summer school years ago, and I think those students were invited. I don't even think it was mandatory at that point. Again, I don't want to speak to too much of the past, but I know that there is kids moving forward, and I'm using language arts as just one example.
Right. As a board member, I find that troubling.
I have two concerns as well. One is that I have had, it doesn't happen very often, but I have had over time too many students come into my junior and senior classes in high school who are literally illiterate and couldn't read a paragraph if you asked them to. Like I said, it doesn't happen very often, but it has happened. And I'm not sure, even though I know about the research at a younger age about retention and that psychologically, emotionally, it does more damage than help. I'm not sure that same thing applies to kids at this age, and so I'd like to see some research on that. And I'm also agree with Nikki that I would like to see some absolute statement that these kids are going to be remediated if we do permit advancement. What I don't want to see is somebody coming to graduation who can't read the program.
Other comments?
I would just also express my concern that students would be allowed to continue to advance without mastering the skills which they were supposed to have mastered.
It almost appears to be an accommodation for the power of I and the worst parts of power of I, which I have some real issues with.
And we wondered that ourselves at the policy committee.
Is there, do we know if this has something to do with the federal policies on No Child Left Behind, or why? That, just wondering if anyone has an insight on that.
I'd look to the administration to answer that, but I don't believe so. So it sounds as if, just hearing that, the board would like to have a report or more information relevant to how 6th to 8th grade students are being remediated when they are having difficulty failing one or more core courses, and how we have an assurance that that's being remedied as they would matriculate to high school especially. Is that fair representation? Okay, so
Can I ask a question?
certainly.
So, how about if 8th grade, we take 8th grade, 9th grade, use that as an example, the failure rates at 8th grade in the 4 core classes last year at our middle schools, and looking at those students as they advance to the freshman level, would you want to look at what those numbers were?
I think a report on the numbers would be helpful. I also would like to know what strategies are being implemented to ensure, as these students matriculate to the next grade level, that they're not just falling further behind.
Sure, like the 95% in the other middle schools. Okay, thank you.
Okay, continuing on with 60302, study trips. And you'll note that the words field trip are being replaced with study trip. We understand that that is the new language, as that's the only change that's being recommended. And I have 2 minutes for school libraries, 60402, which was reviewed by Gary Sloat. No changes were recommended, and again, this is a mandatory policy, which, and I believe again was brought to us by IASB originally, or we, used the policy handbook from IASB to craft it, and it is required by Iowa code. Any comments? Okay, the one, I'm sorry.
I'm just curious, it's funny language here for required policy. It talks about the reading of library instructional
Yeah.
materials. Does that have anything to do with books that might be naughty? What is the weeding of library?
I believe it refers to the culling of the collection based on circulation patterns and things like that.
I believe we have 3 experts in our audience, and one of them might come and could you answer that question for us?
Great.
Yeah. This is Mrs.
Well,
Turnipseed
I'm
from
Mrs.
Adams.
Turnipseed. I'm at Adams, and the weeding of a collection is really important. We look at the statistics of how it's used. We may look at how often it's been circulated over the past usually 5 years. We also look at the content that's in a material to see if it's aged, if it's accurate, if it has any basis for racism, anything like that, and it would be weeded out of our collection. As curriculum is changing, we also change that collection too, so it supports whatever's being taught in the classroom, also for the interest of our students that are current too. So that changes all the time. People tend to think collections stay stagnant, and they really don't. They shouldn't, because that's what creates readers. So that's how we do that.
Is there a more professional term other than weeding?
No, actually, they do. That is the term
Okay.
that is used for a collection, is weeding a collection, and Don't ask me how that got started, but yeah, it is the professional term. Any other questions?
Any other questions?
It all seems to be rather subjective. Do you still have The Adventures of Tom Sawyer in the library?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Certainly
Classics, you know.
some things in there that could be
Sure.
considered racially inappropriate. Who makes...
You know, actually, that is, we do have a committee for our school district that does go, if anyone has any objections, it comes up to a reconsideration committee. But, you know, certainly we do go by recommendations. We do reviews. We review in review magazines for literature all the time. So, you know, that's always something that we use. And there are also, when we actually select books, we also have selection materials that we use that will say this is from a larger group than us, that will recommend certain books for every type of library. You know, like every elementary library should have these types of books. So we'll go by those too.
So in terms of usage and weeding out materials that may not be checked out very often, I mean, are we seeing things like the poems of Emily Dickinson disappear from libraries because
You
kids
know,
aren't
if they
checking
were
those
never
out?
used, of course, we have to make room up on shelves to make sure that we have items that are used. But I would say a lot of us, you know, have usually that basic collection that we think is pertinent, that all students should know this and have access to. So, yeah, I'd say classics like that would remain within a collection.
That's my concern, and it may be a policy issue, as I'm concerned about the long-term impacts. I mean, I don't know if that selection of classics remains the same from generation to generation. I mean, there is a library understanding now amongst librarians about what it is that we're going to hold and keep because we believe it's valuable. But over time, that changes, and so perhaps this is a school library, and this is not the place to bring this up, but I guess the weeding thing caught my attention, and it's a very important function that this group has.
Actually, it is, because you will.
In terms of making those decisions.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad that we have never seen in anything in the Quad City Times about, you know, judgments that may have been wrong in that regard, because that is happening, of course, nationwide now, where folks are making decisions about literature that perhaps weren't real well thought out. So I appreciate the fact that we haven't seen you folks in the news about weeding issues.
No, I think we all pretty much, when we talk to our staffs, you know, that's a constant all the time, is working with our staffs of what is needed in those classrooms. And so, you know, and that's part of that side of budget and that side of weeding. It's a balance that we keep all the time, trying to keep a current collection. And like I said, that's what creates readers, is if you don't have something that they're interested in, they won't come to read. And that's our whole purpose.
Pardon me for interrupting too, but that's why we do have the highly trained and certified teacher librarians who have, you know, gone through collection development courses and certification programs, so that we're not just choosing those willy-nilly on a whim or throwing this or tossing that just because we like it or not. We are trained for this. This is one of the roles for which we are trained, excuse me.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd just like to reinforce what the lady said. This is why we can't run libraries with as nice and as well-meaning as they are. We can't run them with aides. We have to have librarians available for these kinds of things.
And that's it?
Thank you very much. Very close. We'll move on to administrative reports. All right. Are there any board reports or requests?
Mr. President.
Director Sherwood.
Just wanted to say that I attended Central's musical last Friday, and just as impressed as everybody else with everything else that goes on in this district. Those kids were just amazing. The direction of that musical was phenomenal, and the talent we have in this district. And I saw it at North. I haven't been to one at West yet this year, but the talent is just phenomenal. And if anyone wants to judge the quality of our programs, they should come to one of these things. It wouldn't take them very long to decide just how remarkable we are as a district. These kids are just I put them up against almost any college program I've seen. My daughter was a theater major and was in Stars and Musicals and things all the way through UNI and so forth, and then professionally afterwards. These kids would stack up well with Ambrose or Augustana's performances, quite nicely. And the orchestra was killer and just really impressive. Having said that nice thing, my negative tonight is that for the second time, we've had to deal with some contract issues without someone here who can speak directly to the contracts. That occurred tonight with our preschool contracts and questions we had there, and we had to go by hearsay and maybe this and maybe that. We had that previously with special education issues as well. Suggest that if we're going to deal with significant contracts, people who can speak directly to them ought to be present so that we can talk to them.
Any additional reports or requests?
Just in regards to theater, I would like to say that Once Upon a Mattress by Central High School's play theater group was equally spectacular. Well, I thought you were talking about West.
No, I haven't seen West.
Okay. I'm sure West was equally spectacular.
Director Dickman. I'm sorry, Director Snyder.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that. I recently attended the play at North, which was exceptional, and I did see the musical at Central last weekend. But going back to, I continued today to hear comments on the program that Rachel and so many other people had a big hand in putting on at the RME last week. That was, you couldn't leave there without feeling this overwhelming sense of pride in the city, in the district, in the kids. We have got so much unbelievable talent in our schools, and to get that out to the community is a huge, huge step in the right direction, and that was absolutely one of the most well put together things I've seen in I don't know how long. And congratulations to absolutely everybody involved.
Director Crumwoody.
Just to follow up with that, yes, I had an opportunity to attend that, and I was just blown away by that. But I also heard tonight someone talk about, unfortunately, it wasn't, it was by invitation only, and I would hope that in the future that we could do a similar type of event and open that up to the community, because I think there was only a small percentage of us that had the opportunity to see that and to really know what great things we're doing in this district. And I sent an email, I believe, to Art and shared my thought about, and I've mentioned this before, years ago we used to do an event at North Park, back to school event, which every school came to North Park and shared some of the things that they were doing. And I would hope we could find some kind of an event like that where the entire district could share things that are going on in their schools, because we do have some phenomenal things going on, and we need to make people aware of it.
Thank you. Anything else? I've got two requests. First is from Director Dickman, 11-12-13. The request is have the policy committee develop policies about district goals related to the conversion to more sustainable options for heating buildings or building power generation, such as solar panels and wind turbines. Next is an agenda item from Director Kluhl. Date is 12 November 13. It would seem that 2 4.0 earned for
A 4.0, sorry. It's not a 2, trust me, it's an A. Trust me, I wrote it.
I trust you. It would seem that a A 4.0 earned for PE is different than a 4.0 earned for AP Calculus. I would like the board to discuss the merits of weighted grading. All right. Well, thank you. And thank you, all of you out there that stayed with us. My gosh. It's after 10, and if we had started at 7, we would have stopped early. Thank you very much. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
This meeting is adjourned.
All right, Bill.